Let me at him! Let me at him!
Now, Herlock Sholmes, you'll get your chance. You know, I don't know if Herlock Sholmes will appear in the trial. In the first game, he only appeared in the very last one, so maybe it'll hold true for this one as well, or maybe not. All I want to say is, this two-game series has been an absolute trip. The fact that I experienced that real-time 2 to 3 year wait, just the same as anybody who would have played it in Japan, just to be punched in the face, just like Sholmes is doing right now, with all these twists and turns, it's something of beauty. And I hope that the Ace Attorney series gets the recognition it deserves, the attention, the budget from Capcom to make more. Hopefully, maybe. But yeah, today is the day. It's the last stream of the game, as long as something weird doesn't happen and my power goes out, or I like suffer like choking on my own water and I can't finish. Let's not jinx it. Let's just say last time we resolved so much dealing with the murder of Inspector Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jigoku, our friend, our Japanese judge man, this whole time was nothing but a traitor, part of the whole Reaper organization. Who else is involved in this that I don't know about? I'm scared to find out, but we have to push on, because it'll lead us towards the solution of the mystery of 10 years ago. I had to do it. I had to start the game. My hands are trembling. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of what I might find out. But what I do know is we're seeking the truth. I am Ryunosuke Naruhodo. My best friend is Kazuma Asogi. My assistant is Susato Mikotoba. And together, we'll reveal my resolve? Something. I had a cool ending for that. I just forgot about it. I forgot what was I gonna say. Let's just play the game. We're in the middle of the trial. Oh, friend. I still have faith that by the end of this, Kazuma will see the light. Not necessarily that it's an act or that he needs convincing. Just, he's working towards the truth his own way. And I respect that. I do. So let me just... Actually, you know what I'll do? I'm going to load the save that's right before this, because I think it's a couple of lines before, just so we can get a little recap of how the last one ended. Judge, quote-unquote, Strongheart, found Seishiro Jigoku guilty, which it's not even his trial. How can he do that? And he found Baroque not guilty. Leg!
Pray, turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
How far back is... According to the save, it's only like 4 minutes.
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all.
Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accuser to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right, that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this, and I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. Then that's what we must do! The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well, defendant. You will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord.
Here we are. 4 minutes it was not. It's like I just read it instead of commenting on it. Like one of those little One Piece recaps at the beginning of the episode that take a third of the episode. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. Except for maybe that ant I squished on the way into the courtroom today. It was in the way. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
You really want to be lying right now, Van Zeeks? We're trying to prove you're not the Reaper.
Clearly, therefore, there is no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Paley and that you masterminded the assassin exchange? If not you, then who?
Gee, I wonder. Gee, I wonder, Mr. Strongheart. Gee, I wonder, man who suspiciously looks like Damon Gant now that I realize it.
Swimming? I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that is a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear.
Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accuser to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Yes? Let me ask you. Why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty.
From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. Just like my unnecessary feelings. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth.
I want you to remember what you just said.
Look, Kazuma, you weren't there. There was this man named Magnus McGilded. I don't want to repeat of that. Ever again.
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense. Proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I was talking to the audience like, how did I get here? Well, it all started a year ago. Flashback to the first game. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. It may hurt my case, but you can't point it out if I point it out first. So I think I know exactly which line I'm going to present against. We got plenty of time, from now at least, so I will take my time and press anything I can. So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey?
Exactly.
Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this.
I realize that.
If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Calling out all the streamers out there. Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed?
Let me answer that question by posing another, aka dodging it. If one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing?
Yes, actually. Very much so. Disturbing. I couldn't possibly say that how it would make me feel, but the one would answer like that.
Exactly.
Well, that told me. Ryunosuke, you just walked right into that one. You have no one to blame but yourself. I thought we were finding the truth. I thought we were being emotional today.
But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement.
And yet you told no one. You say for years? How long exactly?
Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now.
Around the time of the Professor killings. Who's to say that the Professor killings weren't actually the first influence of the Reaper? And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying?
I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past.
A friend, even. They would go out for fish and chips together. The fish was so good, he didn't notice all the red flags. Like the fact that the chips were slightly soggy.
It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge.
Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it?
It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as grouse, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time.
So now we're at the nub of the matter. Ew. Ew, who has soggy chips? Somebody who can only go get food for delivery right now. I take what I can get. You know, when I get delivery with french fries that are actually still crispy, I make note. And that becomes the #1 place for me to order. Maybe not fish and chips, but at least burgers.
As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
Now the chips are rotten. Did we just like put those in a little baggie? I guess Ziploc baggies might not have been invented by now. So like evidence is just all flying around, and the fish and chips on Gregson's person are just lying somewhere in the room, just stinking up the place.
That's the reason I went to Fresno Street that day.
Hold it! But why did you go to that last specific location?
I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock I would catch whoever was involved red-handed.
Or put yourself in the perfect position to frame.
Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse.
Ooh. You like your fries a little soggy? I like them... I do like them crispy, but I'll take soggy as long as they're not cold. It's when you try to reheat them that it's just all thrown out of whack. Because, you know, whether you put them in the microwave or the toaster, it just becomes so dry. The only way to fix them is to fry them again. And that's super unhealthy. Wait a minute, Fuzzy. Thank you for the bang. Stepping into a trap?
Yes, that's exactly what happened to me. I walked into the room and there was nothing but pain. A bullet, a gunshot. It sounded just like this. That might be a little bit of a dramatization.
It was Venus's extra large firecrackers. Thank you for the bang, Foolsy. How you doing? Hope you're well. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku.
Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first.
A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then. Kazuma?
Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth.
By the way, even now, my voices for these characters are evolving. Whether it be like by force when Jigoku and Lord Strongheart were in the same room and I couldn't just use the same voice. Or no, I am taking to heart what y'all are saying about Kazuma. You may not like the Solid Snake voice, but I am tweaking it. I'm being more human with it. It's not just a caricature. It's not just like, Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around. Like, no, he's emoting. He has feelings, whether they be unnecessary or not. And he's a person. He's not just prosecutor-led. He is our prosecutor-led.
No common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Wilson.
There's a link between you and Gregson, though.
Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons, like how to tie my shoes and ride a bicycle. You know, I own one of those bicycles with the huge front wheels. I like to ride my bicycle. I like to ride my bike. I like to ride my bicycle. 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 That's how I keep my legs strong.
He did? Such as what? Oh?
Where to buy good fish and chips and such like.
It sounds silly. But when the man loves fish and chips that much, that's a blood bond right there. Well, that was convincing. It was! He told Gina, too! Might as well be trusting an inspector with his life, right? Because if he's there every day at, like, noon for the lunch rush, then that means any enemy of Scotland Yard would know exactly where he would be every single day and know what he's there to get. Like, somebody could poison the fish and chips or set up a sniper to go shoot him at that exact time. That's vulnerability right there. I would think so. Yeah. When you were ordering from an Italian restaurant, they had a pasta dish, but it was, instead of chicken, it said pollo. Well, yeah, that's Italian. Definitely. You know, that's the fancy place when the menu isn't even in English. Oh, it was just that one item. Well, that must have been the fanciest chicken that ever did chick.
Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago, now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university.
Well, that's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yumei University in Tokyo.
It should be unambiguously clear, then, that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man.
It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. So I can establish a link, but I'm curious of how it establishes a motive. So if we take that photo of Baroque, Clint, and Tobias, well, it could have something to do with avenging his brother. Maybe because of the professor killings, that's why. Maybe the hit was really meant not for Clint, but for Watson? And he fled the country? Maybe that's some sort of deep-seated grudge? I'ma submit that after I press this. Certainly as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection!
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence.
Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange.
And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings,
then the accused's claim is in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but when has anyone ever been penalized for perjury in this game? Besides me. Clearly, Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. Well, so if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. I mean, there's no jury, so it's really the truth that matters, not how it's presented. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zeeks. Certainly with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. Yeah, non-assailable, that's blah, blah. But, I might be overthinking it, but maybe there's a connection. Bum 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 bum. No common thread. But your bruh.
Objection!
No? Well, never mind then. The witness's last statement exhibits a fundamental inconsistency.
Not one that any British court would recognize, counsel.
Okay, but maybe I'm right later. I was sure. I mean, it's a link. Okay. So the statement is clearly asking for specifically a link between Gregson and Wilson. It's obvious. I just really hoped it was the picture. But the only obvious other thing is the autopsy report from 10 years ago. Because it was penned by... it was... penned... Okay, the actual author has been, like, changed so many times, I forget what the actual truth is. I believe it was penned by Van Zeeks? Signed by Dr. Wilson. No, Eugene ManokAdobo. What?
Objection!
Whatever, I'm presenting it. We'll find out another twist soon enough, probably.
What is this? An autopsy report?
And it's not even updated. In fact, it's 10 years old.
Wait, this is 10 years old, from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? Ryunosuke, are you trying to make a fool of me?
No, this is pertinent, I swear. Oh, maybe not the nicest thing to put in front of him. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. I've always said I'd be working towards it, sir. Gina was sent to prison for perjury? Oh. Well, okay.
Order in court.
She got better.
What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
The autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again. The professor.
I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I'm sure you have, Kazuma. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain a conclusive proof from the procedure. Almost suspiciously so. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders.
DNA evidence. No DNA here. He didn't even know of such thing.
In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all of his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Mustard? You put mustard on fish and chips?
No, mustard! Like mustard the... whatever. Indeed. Well, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him.
That one piece, huh? Not only the name of the treasure, but I'm beginning to see how it's now relevant because of the strychnine. No. Because it was more than likely falsified. Gregson! Posthumously relearn of his true character, not just a member of the Reaper, but willing to falsify evidence. One of the highest crimes in Ace Attorney.
It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What you talking about?
Curare.
What?
Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact curare? Fabricated?
If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all concluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it?
Preach it, bro. Get on that soapbox.
By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order! Order at once!
Don't lose your cool, Mr. Man. Looking pretty weak, Strongheart.
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However,
For a second, I thought he wouldn't shatter it. How many glasses is that now? Definitely more than his loss rate. Ha 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 ha.
He who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Tell that to Athena Sykes. Tell that to the Phantom. Well, I mean, the Phantom never purported to be a lawyer, but he still failed.
Come on, Kazuma! You know this won't wash!
It's so stained.
You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago!
Doesn't matter how long it took place, it can still be falsified.
You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation! As it happens, I have evidence.
Oh!
What?
You don't want me. He's a professional. He knows what he's doing. Never doubt the Kazuma. Never doubt him. Now dummy that evidence. Wait, that's Spanish. I'm thinking of Dame Dane. Dame la gasolina. Let's go. So Sapphire, how you doing? Welcome to me butchering both Spanish and Japanese apparently. Dame Dane.
Dame yo, dame nano yo.
Also, Hammy, welcome in.
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The whole truth. Nothing but the truth. The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced.
Oh?
There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? The secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
I mean, can you blame him? You got his father not only killed, but tarnished his family name for generations.
Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
Maybe because there wasn't any? You ever think of that? Dame Dane.
So you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? It was for the good of the country.
Was it though? And let the actual killer go free?
Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then.
So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. Just like one of my Japanese animes. Or samurai dramas. Thankfully not the kind with, like, fountains of spurting blood everywhere. But if anything, that would have made it very easy to determine when the scene of the crime was. Well, no, because that would mean Kazuma actually killed him, which he did not. Violence, ill will. Kazuma, you've become blinded. Blinded with revenge, with hatred. This is not justice. This is revenge.
If the results of Clint Van Ziek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baruch Van Zieks.
No, you're making a leap of logic. The Reaper, maybe. But Van Zieks, no.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Only if he's the Reaper, which he's not. Took an attempt on this man's life. I want to say that's a warning unsheath. There's no such thing. When you're a samurai, all you have to do is unsheath it, then sheath it back in, just like... And that's enough to cut a man in twain.
Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jikoku in Japan to arrange the exchange.
Ah! Doesn't happen in real life. This ain't real life, this is anime.
So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baruch Van Zieks.
A claim so shocking, even Male Strongheart has to stand up for it.
Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper.
Okay, so there's one obvious answer. But could you imagine just a little what-if scenario? If the Reaper actually turned out to be Van Zieks, but not Baruch Van Zieks. No. But Clint Van Zieks? He ordered a hit on himself. Wait, what? No, that was the professor. No, just somehow masterminding this whole organization years ahead of time. Men's from beyond the grave. Okay, that's probably too insane. I shouldn't entertain that. I'm sure they could find a way to make it work, but I would actually hate that. This whole time, Clint would have had to have been this tragic martyr for Van Zieks to have his old tragic backstory from. I don't think so. Enjoy the lurk, wine rib.
What?
Lord Van Zieks?
I gave no such orders. I know that for certain.
But you know who did?
which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. Oh good. You. The game is not gonna save this till the very end. No, I'm just gonna say it right now, huh? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Iris Wilson. Of course, it was Nanako Dojima this whole time. No, 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 no. A little someone who's intimidating as all get out. Gone swimming recently, sir?
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Maelstrom. Ooh, he did not like that. Can I rescind that? Can we strike that for the record, pretty please? It's too late, I said it. Lord Maelstrom. He just looks at you like that.
What? Lord Strongheart?
Kazuma, is that not the you were thinking of? Of course it's him. He's the only one who had enough power in both the courts and the police force, and in general, to arrange such a thing. Whether it's enacting those orders as the Reaper or directly to the parties involved, he could do both. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed.
Yeah.
Now Strongheart looks at you, throws his cane directly into my head, killing me instantly. Time paradox, no Phoenix Wright, no ramen burgers, nothing. Maya Fey gets convicted for the death of her sister, and then just the series doesn't exist. That would have sucked.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
You know, even though he currently has the power of the judge, he could totally just hold me in contempt of court, immediately disbar me, give me 3,000 penalties. But because of the game, he does not. Well, Lord Van Zieks.
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you.
On a silver platter, even. Not even the tiniest bit sus?
I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken.
It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey.
Penalty!
Too cowardly to even give me a penalty. Yeah, there are people watching, but that doesn't stop him from giving me penalties for any such little thing. All he has to do is say, no, wrong, penalty, done, guilty.
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
Leg!
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zix's autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it.
And where is your evidence?
Oops. Should have gone back and just asked him to have it in writing. Too late, he's dead. He can't bury it that easily. This is a closed court. Nobody in this room is allowed to talk about the proceedings outside of it, no matter what goes on. Same thing as the professor case. I'm sure people definitely suspected that, oh, maybe that visiting Japanese fellow isn't a mass murderer that just went off the cuff. But doesn't matter, because Strongheart was able to bury it under all the rug. It's one hell of a rug, but he did it. But like Naruhodo said, the truth comes out eventually. I found that rug. I found it in the public storage. I unfurled it. It was dusty. And boy, oh boy, did I have a heck of a cough after.
What?
Gregson's dead now, unless you are thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. Could you imagine? Yes, let's bring in a spirit medium.
Hold on, let me just call Kurain. I'm sure they have a couple.
You mean to say?
I forget how the system works in your little backwater country.
Ooh.
But in the course of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case.
Too bad spirit mediums haven't been invented yet. I'm okay. I want to go play Ace Attorney 6 again, and I want to see how long ago the kingdom of Kurain itself was founded. You know, the Ace Attorney wiki has this whole timeline of every event in the game, and because the game kind of progresses in real time, but at the same time always has cases from like, oh, 10 years ago, you get these weird situations where, say, in Ace Attorney 6, there's a 10 years ago that happened during the events of Ace Attorney 1, and it's like, wait, this was happening at the same time that Phoenix Wright was cross-examining a parent, apparently. Not literally, but it's funny to think about. It was almost Christmas.
I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ah! Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who can testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there?
You could, Strongheart. You want to tell us your version of the story? I'm sure I could pick a couple of holes in it. Van Zeke's too!
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
To silence that rug. This metaphor got lost somewhere.
This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago.
Minded to invent something called the Statute of Limitations. Apparently it doesn't exist yet.
The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections.
Objection. Objection.
Kazuma.
Object, man. Am I gonna have to do it? I might have to. We're regressing. We're regressing in foreign relations. What have you missed? Well, we just formally accused male Strongheart of being the Reaper, so you know. Life's going good for Ryunosuke Naruhodo. If he left the room today, he'd probably have 500 assassins on his neck. See, there's one right now. Too bad it wasn't very effective.
He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment.
Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zix's autopsy. There's gotta be someone. There's hope. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope. Ray? Hope? Ghost trick? Wait a minute. Let me just save, because we are running low on objection juice. Oh, so bright. Oh, my eyes. Actually, there is one person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Who, Inosuke? Who? Tell me. Tell me now. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache.
Cosma,
Please. This trial can't end. Not yet.
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks is... Wait, actually. I was gonna by default say male Strongheart, but I remember. Maria Gori was actually there. She said she watched the whole thing. I think she still remembers. And someone also who wasn't listed. The person who actually wrote it up. Yeah, Dr. Watson conducted the autopsy, but someone else was there actually documenting it all. What do you guys think? Maria Gori or Yuji Mikotoba? I could be misremembering one of those. Maybe she was just talking about in general. I'm gonna go with Mikotoba.
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese?
You got it. An expert in forensics medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asoge as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
Merely but a stamp of approval, my lord. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. Like a college professor putting his name on a research paper, even though the grad student did all the work. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied.
What? And so we have the real reason why Mel Strongheart decided to be the judge today. Even if discussion naturally led to me accusing him, he would do everything in his power to shut down every single point of questioning. But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes, certainly less than 30. The 30 minutes you gave us to find somebody who was missing entirely. He wasn't even in the country. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Diplomatic immunity, baby! Except this time it actually kind of makes sense. It's not someone just throwing it around like, I'm as guilty as shit, but you can't touch me. It just so happens that technically he wasn't immune. No, no, no! Someone here has the actual power to silence us, and I don't like that.
Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did. Yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. But that's exactly why we need witness testimony.
The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Homicidal father, your father's a killer.
Ooh. Now you made him mad.
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand.
ManokAdobo, he's literally in the lobby. We can get him right now.
Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities that I have paid off and bribed.
Objection!
But we don't know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By what you mean, me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi,
AKA, he's just finding a way to legally kill me. And if not, then assassinate me.
you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asugi.
Oh!
Well, that will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be...
Hurlock, my boy! Yes, yes, yes! What do you got? Evidence? Dances? An earpiece that, like, a chemical that, like, when sprayed on a person makes them guilty? Just dump it entirely on Strongar right now. No need, he's already guilty. Shozy! I was waiting for this moment. I knew it. Fashionably late, as always, Mr. Sholmes, appearing for the last case. Mr. Sholmes! Also, can we just acknowledge that Kazuma had a breakdown? But not for a fun reason, but because he really lost all hope. Do not count Sholmes out.
This is no place for an amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes.
No time for games, he's serious.
May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public? You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. I mean, he was technically still in Europe. The court should hear what he has to say!
Lord Mayor Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may.
Which, you know, reveals that he even eavesdropped on that part. Thank you, Iris. That little bun is doing work.
We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be. That the shock of being accused by being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory? Can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
Look at him being a big man, big man. Yelling at Sholmes all the way from the top of the judge podium like it matters. Sholmes is still the big shot in town today.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors?
That's a $10 word, prevarications. Ooh.
Order! Order in court!
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar.
That just makes me want Herlock Sholmes to be the voice of my next car. Like, you know those fancy AI cars that say, like, door is ajar.
Door is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open. Now!
It's all backfiring on him. Let's go.
The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
Should there not be a right to a jury?
He's right. The judge is absolute authority here.
Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end.
But will that really do?
I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say the same? Doesn't sense it. Whoa! You would have thought this was a full house. Yeah, like, the whole point of bringing them in, Strongheart was trying to set their opinion in stone, with the caveat that everything that happens in court today is what they believe till the day they die. Not allowed to discuss it, not allowed to have any opinion on it, but to just accept it. But Sholmes busted in right now, putting the onus on everyone. Isn't it just a little fishy? Yes, it is. Think for yourselves. Heck yeah, wake up, sheeple. What's...
The trial should go on. Summon the witness.
That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow was remanded in custody. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here.
Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That is the very foundation of British law.
The toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
And a toast to Sholmes, please.
On with the trial! On with the trial! Testify!
Testify! You can hear it.
Testify! 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 Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
Us versus the world, baby!
The court will recess briefly.
Oh? Entertaining the idea, eh?
I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations.
Look at this man. Look at his expression. Is that hope I see in his eyes? Is that a newfound respect for the truth? I think so.
Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
By that I mean as soon as Strongheart has bribed and or threatened him.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Not even giving him the time. Let's go, Sholmesy. Let's go. America Online, is this the finale? You just missed probably one of the most pivotal moments in Ace Attorney history. We turned the entire courtroom against the judge, who is very likely to be the actual mastermind behind everything that's happened these past 10 years. For years in the Ace Attorney fandom, there's been like thoughts of the possibility that the judge could somehow be guilty of the crime in question. And of course, they had to take 2 entire games to set it up properly. Like, it wouldn't be the judge from regular Ace Attorney. No, it had to be someone set up just to fall. Someone along the likes of Kirkus Alba, Damon Gant, someone in power who thought it was impossible to be found out. All their connections, all their strong arming. And yet, here we are. Yeah! Welcome on in, welcome on in.
Pardon?
Like, yeah, it's been done before, but this is the most epic way ever. Not just a member of the police. They own the police and the courts and everything. Almost the entire country, but done better than Alba. For real, you're right, origination. Yeah.
ManokAdobo is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor ManokAdobo is here in the courthouse?
Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? You can't tell anymore! You don't know how much he's hiding! He's the great detective! Oh! My opinion of Sholmes has done a full 360 since the beginning of the game. The first time you see him on the boat, he's like, the Sherlock Holmes? Well, from the stories, he must actually be the best detective ever! And yet, he just does these dances of deductions where he thinks that this lady trying to escape Russia is somehow like a master criminal, and that somehow I'm Russian, and where is all this coming from? No! He's just having fun! No! He's been 5 steps ahead the whole time! Even before that moment in universe, he's been following murder cases and trials and proceedings from 10 years ago. He really is deserving of the name of Sherlock Holmes. So much so, in fact, that the Arthur Conan Doyle estate can't begin to touch this man. No. Yeah. For sure.
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that than you, surely.
I wasn't asking for the fun of it, you know. What a sly way to say, maybe, you'll never know. That's how Sholmes operates. He never outright confirms whether or not he knows something, because it just makes him appear all the more smart. You tried to raid? Yeah, they're disabled for this game because we're big spoiler town. Like, I literally described the big twist of the game. I don't want to have to bother with people like coming in during that, and then I have to not say it, and then I have to like stall for 10 minutes. No, I just wanna experience this with everybody, if that's okay. But thanks for coming on in.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Oh, telling him to leave was a big mistake, Mr. Strongheart. He's just gonna find more and more evidence against you, and he'll relay it right to me. Is that what you want? Absolutely, it's still in my pocket. It's adorable.
She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
What could possibly go wrong? So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. You do not to be continued me. We're finishing this tonight, baby. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Save your progress? Sure, why not? Man, I didn't know there was gonna be a little intermission. I still would have ended where I did. Oh, hi, Maria. You get called to the stand anyway, for some reason. Like I said, I keep getting the wrong math but the right answers, or the right math but wrong answers. She was there, wasn't she? I'm not imagining that. I guess it'd just be hard to prove to Strongheart that she actually was. Like, no, yeah, she was just you're telling me this little girl has noteworthy testimony? Eugen is definitely the name to have presented there. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Do I still want fan art of Maria? Yeah, origination? She's got a Aces design, for sure. I can always show it at, like, the end of a non-Ace Attorney stream. Wait a minute! For a second I was scared I somehow got a raid. I know I disabled them. Drooby Dooby, thank you for the resub. Welcome back to the chicken coop. Grab a nest, get comfy, and we got a witness that is not facing the correct direction, and a witness stand that has recently been destroyed and they brought in the spare, and evil villains we need to take down. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well, hope you're having a good night. Hope you're taking care of your new cat, by the way. Guys, Drooby got a new kitten, and she is absolutely adorable. Go check out his stream, probably later today. If you want to go see her, he's got a cat cam. Yeah. When did the witness stand get destroyed? Well, the previous witness, not today in stream, but the one right before this one, was revealed to have been a murderer who killed one of our best friends in Europe, in England, who also turned out to be a murderer, and I just can't with this game. Who is not a killer in this room? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. None of you in chat, right? Nobody's a killer? Show of hands. If you're not a killer, raise your hand. Just wanted to know. This is evidence in court, by the way. It helps you. Please raise your hand. Hammy, thanks for the bits. Yellow Pikachu, thank you for the bits as well. Yeah, how y'all doing? Welcome. I see it's hopping on in time. Welcome to the finale, and let it used cow. Let it carry you off to dreamland, huh? Yeah. Choo choo. Plead the fifth. Now wait a minute. Sprint, thank you for raising your hand. Also, welcome on in. I didn't say that loud. Yeah. Ahem. This is Mikotoba, who, if you don't mind spoilers for this game, by the way, I'm about to, like, just go ham. It's the finale. There's no way I can't. So feel free to drop on out. But this is the actual person who is John Watson in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And it actually turns out that the author was mistaken, since they had written the adventures based on documents left by quote-unquote John Watson, but it really turned out to be him. The father of our assistant. Look at that. Sprint, thank you for the 300 bits. Choo choo, mother clucker. I'm dancing.
In the immortal words of Balder, choo choo, mother clucker.
There's a hype train going on right now, isn't there? Thank you for the hype, huh? Don't get too carried away, because you need to get on a boat if you want to go to France. I'm sorry. Okay, so Mikotoba's voice, I've been giving him just my voice, and it's actually worked out.
Eugen Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
Why is Maria here?
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... This is Dr. Maria Gorey. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
Okay, apparently anyone can just come into these closed court proceedings that only members of the judiciary are allowed to see. I mean, she is a coroner, so I guess she's allowed. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. She even actually brought a drill and literally tried to bore into my cheek. It was very uncomfortable.
Poor man. The idea is making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary.
You did that yourself, Mr. Strongheart. Or should I say, Mr. Wrong Butt.
Got him. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings.
Thank you, Yellow Pikachu.
The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
What about the Ministry of Magic? I mean, we literally had a witch in court the other day.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
Annie, thanks for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate it. 10 buckaroonies. Oh yeah, we Doctor Who time. The Ministry of Justice?
Screw it, I got good pay this week, have 10 bucks.
Thank you.
Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
Pull the strings, make 'em ring.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba.
Did he look the same 10 years ago? When he was but how many years old? I guess 30-something. 33. And Herlock Sholmes was 24. He was freaking 18 when they started working together. Think about that. 16 years ago. Herlock Sholmes. 18 years old. Greatest detective.
But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a while. A long while, Lord Strongheart.
Wasted opportunity to say Mr. Wrong Fart. I didn't want to say fart. That's just silly.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zinks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mana is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
Is that really what you're most concerned about? Oh, look at them beautiful organs. That's a pretty nice spleen you got there. Mind if I take a picture? It'll last longer.
Mama.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zinks' autopsy would have never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
The art book shows gory back then. I was gonna buy the Ace Attorney art book just in general, but this is a separate art book for specifically Great Ace Attorney, right? I know Udon still has the art book for regular Ace Attorney. It's expensive, but it's pretty much the same price anywhere.
It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
Says you.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Sure, why not? More the merrier.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
Look at that stare. Not intimidated one bit.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
Hey.
Mostly meaning the minute you say something that hurts me, you're gone. No. We can't let that happen. Sholmes! I'm gonna pull the bunny's ears. Thanks for the high train, y'all. Hope you enjoy your emotes. Yeah. Kotoba be like, I raised Susato and basically Kazuma. I fear no one. You know how many times I've been Susato tossed? I taught her that move. And she perfected the art. I could toss you from across the room, sir. Psychically, apparently. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
I guess. Why not just put it in your pocket? Because it might have been found.
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. There's no indication, no fabrication.
What kind of nation would allow this prestidigitation? This is not filling me with elation. In fact, are you insinuating that he ingested the evidence with mastication? What devastation. Professor Mikoto, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Ah!
Well, that clears up things nicely. The only fabrication here, Asugi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation.
Break this man. Break this man.
Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Ziex's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon?
No supposition here.
Are you saying he didn't eat it? You saying it might have arrived in his stomach by some other means?
No supposition, but maybe a suppository.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Right, the Hound of Baskerville.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zieks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
That's a key detail that we never had confirmation for. We were told that he used to kill by dog, but the outright claim that no other killing was made by any other means?
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough? I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Testify.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. I'm going to make the assumption that we're not operating under Justice for All's Francisca rules, where even pressing unnecessarily will get me a penalty. Thank you for the refresh on health. Yeah, I guess we did get that save point. I will save, however, right here. Just so I don't lose anything unnecessarily. Lies? No. They're just alternative facts. Ugh. Lord Strongheart would definitely believe in these alternative facts. He's the one who wrote them. So, no indication? You couldn't say?
No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either. Could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Hey,
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
quite, yes. Would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Gee. Professor Mikotoba, think! Think, Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
Hey, notice how there's 3 people in that little look at who can interject little witness thing. I forget what it's called. On the stand, basically.
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the Professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled.
Where's the 3rd one? Strongheart? No, Van Zieks, he's just here. Okay.
Correct, and yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed.
Excuse me! Oops, I didn't mean to do that! Is something wrong, Dr. Gori? Is there? Come on, tell me there's something wrong. I didn't even realize you could excuse me out of context. I hope I don't get penalized. Did the last statement give you a pause for thought, perhaps? Give me something.
Well, something did just come to mind. If you Easterners come from the other side of the world, are your internal organs all flipped?
There are people like that, but I don't think it has anything to do with being Japanese. It's a thing. I forget what it's called. I do wonder if those people have more of a chance to be left-handed. By the way, though.
Sorry?
Citus and versus. Thank you, Hammy.
I'm desperate to look.
Strictly speaking, that's not really related to the testimony, is it?
Ready for the first incision?
No! Thank goodness it's not a penalty. Okay. But I need to actually continue. Or did I press this? Yeah, this said that normally it's a dog, so now I need to press this.
Hold it!
Heart transplants are a nightmare. Oh, is even the heart itself mirrored? Or is there just more of a likelihood for the doctor to make a decision in the wrong place? You weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
A little bit. Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were on the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? What I want to know is what excuse they would have had to even begin to think to check the person's stomach. And it's so suspicious right off the bat.
It was just a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence.
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Don't indulge her. Some people with Citus and versus, the degree of mirroring varies, but a proportion do have flipped hearts. Whoa. Like, the valves are backwards and everything. That is wild. Checking the stomach is normal now. You mean in real life or in the game?
It was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
A ring! It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? Huh. Was there something mentioned about a ring? I want to go over all the evidence relating to Genshin. This could be important. Nothing about the sword, and the papers just say the last weapon he has left, which is probably the sword. I think that's all that's related to Genshin, but I think we're about to have to go look over them again very soon. My father's ring was in the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quarters of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. Maybe his wedding ring? When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to a family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger when it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
The stomach ring? Oh! Oh! What? Whoa! That is pretty! What is the gemstone made out of? Is that a ruby?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
And no doubt coated in a good helping of stomach acid. Good gracious, yes, that's it! I haven't seen that in 10 long years! Alright, okay. We know what it looks like. Let's see if that shape matches anything we've seen before. Any little thing. Maybe like a seal of the Asogi clan. Maybe on the sword itself. Maybe it like locks in and then unlocks a hidden blade to the sword somehow. Not that I can see, at least not now. I haven't seen it in 10 long years.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. And that was found inside the victim's stomach?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh?
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
Well, thank you for bringing it. Now the judge has someone else to penalize. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Gory's like, I do what I want.
Very well. You may submit it. Submit!
Ansem from Kingdom Hearts be like,
Submit!
Mr. Asogi's ring has been entered into the court record. If only I could do Ansem's voice from Kingdom Hearts 1. That would be the perfect male Strongheart, you know? Like, Kingdom Hearts, come unto darkness!
Bees!
Billy Zane, dude, what a golden voice. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Darkness. Bees!
Is this what you want?
Darkness.
Let's take a look. It's in the book, The Reading Rainbow. Is there maybe a little button? Ew. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring. I wonder how it got there in the first place. I guess you would like put the gemstone in and then heat up the metal of the ring so that you can bend the claws onto it.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Oh! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my! That was very clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. A new record!
Oh, who would make such a dangerous ring?
I hate it. I hate the ring. Precious.
You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. Oh, maybe make the argument that... Well, you know, it's pretty late for that, but maybe make the argument that they should have checked whether or not his trachea was, like, lacerated. A sticky mochi bun about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. I like some mochi. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Dango! Get you some dango from Monster Hunter Rise. I heard the demo's on PC now, or like some people have it. I think that's the only thing we can examine. I want to just make sure, because we did miss a little thing poking out at one point. I think that's it though. Okay. Interesting. Curious and curiouser. The claws grasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch.
Hold it!
If this was Sleeping Beauty, Ryunosuke would just fall asleep because he poked the sharp part of the ring. Poison! The poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. The poison. Can't leave without the poison for Cusco. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest. Rubies and sapphires are the same mineral. That's true. That is actually true. Depending on how the crystal grows, it just changes color. Isn't that wild?
Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie. My father was no killer. Baroque Van Zieks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change these facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage.
Did he, though?
In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
Drop it, Kazuma. Please. I'm holding you in contempt of our friendship.
Oh, that's everything, is it?
Poor father, he looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh,
I couldn't say were his words. The phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened and remove any trace of doubt.
If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true,
We can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover might lead to total calamity, Ganon.
don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you. Whatever may happen.
Thank you, Susie.
Die.
Don't die. I'm thinking. No other signs of internal injury.
That's it.
If he had swallowed that ring, his trachea, his throat, his entire digestive tract would have all been cut up. Like freaking trauma center under the knife. Like you're just zooming into a little spot on someone's organ and all of a sudden, bugs! Space bugs! Microscopic space bugs cutting holes in everything. That's trauma center under the knife. That's real. I didn't make that up. I want to play that game at some point. You want to consider that a Halloween game? I mean, internal organs are kind of scary. I could play Second Opinion on the Wii. Ring!
Objection!
The court has heard the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
You don't think Dr. Wilson was in on it? In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson...
That Dr. Watson Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Possibly slid to him by Inspector Gregson.
Supposition at best? What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence right here. Good thing I didn't have to present it.
That's the autopsy report. What, are you updating it 10 years later? That's illegal.
It's illegal, you know.
It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. This is really just living on a prayer, flying by the seat of our pants. Like, it's valid. It is. But presented slightly differently by a different member of the Naruhodo family, Phoenix Wright would have totally been like, Oh, I just noticed this right now. It's the only thing we have, but we had to push it. And then suddenly flashbacks to Mia Fey. Like, no, we're pushing it because it feels right. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. How big actually is it? There's nothing to give it scale. I guess the finger hole. Did Mr. Genshin have fat fingers? And in addition to its size, these are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. Technically speaking, it's one of the most solid defense arguments in Ace Attorney. Yeah, because we know that the contradictions exist already. We're just trying to prove it. And we didn't even have to, like, BS our way to here. That's what I like about this. We know for a fact that the opponent is lying. We just have to get there. No BS, just the truth.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring,
It's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. No. And there you arrived, at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Me and ManokAdobo were sharing a brain cell. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to give a voice to Dr. Wilson. He hasn't had one, ever. He was dead. Or maybe like one flashback in the first game, like from Ryunosuke talking to him. Okay. If you're Dr. John Watson, then that means you have a voice like this.
Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
Why? I can't tell you. He just does.
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, ManokAdobo?
Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. ManokAdobo, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you?
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would have been seen. Oh, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant.
Water.
Now I feel like I swallowed a ring.
The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
What do you mean you were right? You were so sure it was Baroque Van Zieks. Just masterminding everything. Well, I guess you just thought that Baroque Van Zieks told Wilson to do it.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
Paying for all your little toys. Just don't stick that endoscope where the sun don't shine, Maria.
I don't think so. And Dr. Corey? Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
Oh. We open up the dead to find the truth.
A bit late for Clint Van Zieks right now. What, we're gonna dig up his freaking corpse? It's 10 years rotted. It's a skeleton now.
I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside.
You taxidermy Clint Van Zieks? Ew. Altamically, welcome. My voices are incredible. Thank you, Altama. I see you're a friend of Elsa Alfiera's, huh? Welcome to the show. We're in the finale. Enjoy it. Grab a seat, get comfy.
That's wrong.
Dr. Corey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Mama.
Nice wine. Stop it! At least take a sip. You're wasting so much. Like, that can't be cheap wine, man. It's like $200 a bottle. How many per glass? I'm gonna Google it right now. How much does a fancy glass of wine cost? Because, you know, I don't buy fancy wine. An average cost of wine at a bar is like $12. Well, fancy wine, I don't know, $50 per glass every time.
Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident? Incident on aisle 6?
The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have.
Oh, yeah!
Of Genshin Asuge saving my life.
Oh! If your testimony says the ring was on his hand after Clint died, then that's it. Clint could not have swallowed it at the time that Genshin killed him, supposedly. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. That story, it's coming back. And this time he doesn't have to suppress it. You love endings. Well, it's gonna be epic, I can tell you that. Ace Attorney always goes ham.
What? My father saved your life?
Could be grape juice. In Ace Attorney, you're right, but he does say it's wine.
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
after their date, they had a nice little time. They were coming back to the hotel room.
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us.
Smashing wine. Look at the man.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves.
Bang!
The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me.
His left hand with the ring. It's only cheap smashing wine if it comes from the cheap smashing region of France. Otherwise, it's just alcoholic grade Fanta. Of course. Smashing! That's what Nigel Thornberry was talking about every time. He just remembers their honeymoon. Back when he and his wife first got married. They went to Smashing France. He'd never forget that night. It was the night Debbie was conceived, you see.
It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Oh. They were working for Male Strongheart to grab the ring.
Wait, but...
You can see the ring in the art. Please, show us the flashback.
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after all that night?
Objection!
Objection!
Bang!
You pathetic coward!
You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one that took it! You stole my father's ring! You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and Kazuma! Open your eyes!
Ryunosuke!
You must know deep down! The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. spectacle! What a grandiose expression on your face! As if you were Lady Justice herself! It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that will be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearings 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
Okay, I was confused for a second. Like, Kazuma Asogi not denying 10 years ago? We're just finding about this now. Oh, you mean Genshin Asogi? Yeah. Because Genshin was planting the seeds. He knew that injustice had to take place that day for justice to prevail 10 years later. Maybe he didn't know 10 years. But he had a plan. We know he did. The only weapon he has left. He regrets nothing about his path. This is it. Mr. Genshin will do you proud. And yeah, he would have absolutely threatened his family back home.
Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for a logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
You're just gonna ignore the contradiction? Just shut us all down? Of course you are. Ah! Somebody say something! Pull the ears! The rabbit! Sholmes! No! There had to have been some foul play! That is a lie! It's a lie! We need evidence! Something he can't refute! Sholmes, where are you right now? Please! If that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion! Kazuma? Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma?
Watch this latest absurdity, Counsel.
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon?
You heard what I said.
A giant gaping hole!
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
No ears just yet.
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and led to his death?
Is that really an objection, though? At the end of every Ace Attorney, I love that pose, by the way. It tends to devolve into a shouting match where anytime somebody wants to speak, they just yell objection, even though they aren't objecting to anything.
If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Finally, his theme, on our sign. Let's go! Also, Dusk, welcome. Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? Ah. If I force the grievances I feel from my mind,
I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
You think, Kazuma? Thank you. Finally, you're in our book.
Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that can possibly explain Asugi's silence in court?
Because they wanted to hurt his family otherwise. So the papers. The papers that got freaking... Well, not Daily Vigil fired, but like... Basically he got fired like because of it. Let's see. Let me just say... Any escape. Jailbreak concede. Negotiation with... no, that's not it. Because of his family!
Take that!
This is the defense's... Wrong answer! Ah. Why would he have said nothing in his trial? Wait, no. What did that thing just say? That thing I just looked at. He wanted to go to jail then. Because the escape was premeditated. Wait a minute. I accidentally stumbled on something. Indications are the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the incarceration. He wanted to go. It was all part of his escape. So he could live. If it were me, I'd protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if you're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well, then perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Something like that. The defense would like to...
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence.
No. I got your evidence right here, baby.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin... I was just checking that because I thought Daily had said something about the Asogi papers. Funnily enough, he didn't really say much about it, but he gave me another opening. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, a falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan could not have been carried out by my father alone.
He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder, who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. Am I right? In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. But he was double-crossed. Yeah, he escaped, and was killed immediately after. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. So even the government betrayed itself. Ha ha ha!
Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. You think this is some sort of co-op multiplayer game about a jailbreak? A way out? Of course.
Of course. Because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon a new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses?
At this point in time? In my courtroom?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Wax Witch, Madam Tespel, Enoch Drebber, I gotta get the filter ready. Did someone call for me? Governor Caden? Oh, I guess him too. And the poor chief warder of the prison? Okay. I just wanted this to spell again.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years?
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. Is he also in the antechamber?
What?
Father!
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times.
Rattle-pated?
But I can assure you he is extremely thorough. Sholmesy boy. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Oh? Mr. Sholmes did that? Herlock! Herlock too? And the government zero, baby! Revenge of the Dalek?
Are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. That means we won. This smile, we've seen it so many times over the course of the game. And I have never been so much more happy to see it than ever now. Sholmes, are you just Batman? You're just Batman, aren't you? Detective Comics. 5 steps ahead of everybody. He doesn't even need infinite money. He just has giant pennies for no reason. Because it's fun.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
4D chess, baby. Sholmes on that 5D. Remember when we had to cross our eyes to see 3D? He was crossing them inside out in the 5th dimension.
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Batman Gambit. Permission to rename it the Sholmes Gambit. Look at these people. Barricading doesn't look so big now. Oh no, I have to be Scottish again.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye, Barricading, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I smell dirty little bits of... your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. Do the scales have any significance? Well, besides being the scales of justice, when there's a jury, the jurors vote whether it's guilty or not guilty, and the flames literally jump into the scales to weigh on what the final verdict is. So if more people say not guilty, then the scales weigh towards not guilty. It's a fun little bit of visual flair, but as you can see in the end, they kind of forego it because the judge wills so. No jury today, no fun.
The reason you've been summoned to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh, the professor! We've already been through all of this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly would you call nothing untoward.
Ah, well. Ach, no.
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. Ah!
If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Osogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Gods! Hold on there, laddie. Witness, Governor Caden. All right, it was.
Oh, he was about to say something. What was that? Oh no. Oh no. He didn't need to be briefed. He got that talking to 10 years ago from Strongheart.
Aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. Kamen Rider, thank you for the Tier 2 resub. Welcome back to the chicken coop, and grab a nest, and get comfy. Hope you're doing well today. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord.
No. No apologies necessary. Be as rude as you want. Be a rude boy. Say heck. Say a swear.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
I'm just gonna say, because we have passed the 2-hour mark, all testimonies from now on are in I will try to get the right answer as fast as possible mode. So, pray forgive me if I rush a little bit. Just to make sure. I need to wake up early tomorrow, but I want to finish the game today, and I still want to do it justice.
It was the day that Japanese joke was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief water vigil here, and I put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't care if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire.
I think I'm on good time as long as I don't dilly-dally. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Plot.
Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
Who else?
I didn't can that.
You don't know?
You think you don't know? I don't know, Scottish. What do you mean? What is dinner, Ken? You had dinner with a man named Ken? What did you have? Biscuits and gravy? Listen, there wasn't anything about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then it could have very well been from Lord Strongheart. And one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office.
The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to the crimes he didn't commit.
Oh no, wait, maybe it wasn't even from Strongheart, no. Who was the prosecutor on that case before he died? Clint Van Zeeks. Of course! The plan was always to send Asogi to jail. But Baroque had no idea there was a plan. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. Mr. Wine, morning. Welcome on in. We're in the final throes of this game. So many conspiracies are conspiring, converging at this one point in time, and I can't wait to expose them all. Hope you're doing well, Chris. I hope you had a good night. Yeah.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Why, yes, sir, indeed I do. Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Conspiracies! Oh no!
Eating breakfast? What are you having? Something good? Is it eggs?
It was the day he was found guilty.
Egg.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued it?
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of it was official. It looks official, had a stamp on it.
But if it was from the prosecutor's office, it narrowed it down.
And it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it.
You can't be serious. Why do you think it was official? All we can say for sure is the order must have come from somebody in authority.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done.
So you gave the vigil. Nothing fancy? Want to make yourself an egg? Here's a little life hack for you. If you're too busy to like clean a pan after scrambling an egg, just get a little bowl, crack an egg into it, beat it up, microwave it for 30 seconds. Beat it again, microwave it for 30 to 40 more seconds. Boom, you got egg scramble. Right there, all you have to do is clean the bowl that you ate from. Easy. No excuse for missing breakfast ever again. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in this game was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Poor beggar he became. Alright then, who else knew about the plan?
I've not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath.
Take notes.
But I would not be surprised if there were some other folk in the prison service who had been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
You mean Dr. Scythe? Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now.
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Ace Attorney, man. Never get caught up in anything that happened 10 years ago. Ooh, I'm a big shot. When did that happen?
Hold it!
Clean out speed run, baby! Any percent? More like I need at least 90% space free. Do you not notice anything unusual on that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief ward, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
No comment. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Ouch. That is not the first floor.
Losh, Vigil. I cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. Ouch! Oof! My bones! My heart bones!
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Ah!
Harsh but fair, Vigil.
I didn't ken.
Didn't ken at all. But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't ken nothing about that.
There needs to be explanation for your regurgitation, prestidigitation in the nation.
The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know for sure. I ken that much I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense.
Ah!
So we're just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. And no amount of handcuffed biscuits can bribe you out of this situation. So that's what it is to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Not with the true perpetrator standing right in front of him. Carry out my duty.
Hold it!
My duty. You carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, I did everything I could at the time.
Is there something you couldn't? As you know, Genshin Asugi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape.
Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the joke out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
What? Excuse me? Okay, let me just read this real fast. What? Aye, it was a rum do, no bad about it. I didn't mind there was special circumstances, protective justice system. That's how the excuse had to happen, I think. You're saying that Mr. Asogi's murder in Locate Cemetery was his capital punishment? You realize that Mr. Vigil tried to take his own life as a result? Don't remind him.
Aye, well, that's another story.
Who was it? Who shot my father in the cemetery that night?
I have no answer to that question. However it happened, the convict's life was destined to end that night. The moment the execution order was signed, his fate was sealed. This court will not pursue the identity was carried out.
Yes, it will. Hold on, let me rewind time. But first I have to fast forward time. I wonder if it's on purpose that, like, the witness testimony thing kind of sounds like the Law and Order. Hold it! All right, Mr. Vigil, what do you got?
What does this all mean?
What does this all mean?
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Ah! Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? Oi! What is this? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. They'll bring something to mind, perhaps. Can we get a ManokAdobo in chat? Can I get a hoya? Thank you. For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors. In the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? I wonder if it was Strongheart who did it himself. Showed up that night with the gun in his hand. Poor Vigil. The most innocent man in all of this. But possibly the very link that allowed us to uncover the truth, huh? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of jailbreak, only to kill him at the end? That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention were always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? They wanted that conviction. They wanted the world to think that the professor was Genshin. Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prisoner of Azkaban walls. I suppose nobody really knows what went on in the execution room now. A mystery as deep as the wine inside Van Zix's goblet of fire. Yes, it is an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony.
Gods! Aye. Go on, then.
Correct your scan lines, glad you can make it. We're speed running to the end. But also trying to make as much due diligence as we can. So what you're saying is, it seems that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Oh, but he did! Now I present the Genshin papers. Let me just read this in my head.
Objection!
Look at how fast I can read when I'm not reading out loud. It's okay. I'm sorry I'm not reading this, but finales, they always press me for time. Nothing at all, huh?
The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
Uh-huh. Well, Cosmo knows. The plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice, so he must have been armed with something. Objection! Oi. Enough of all of this. I got some evidence to present. You know, of all the conventions that Ace Attorney has kind of kept, I don't really like that pressing the last statement automatically, like, proceeds past it. I know what I need to present. It's this. The Asogi papers. The only weapon he has left.
Objection!
Nice pointing. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true.
There was nothing to stop British breaking their word and executing behind closed doors anyway. Essentially what happened. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Normal. Which means Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Does his trump card have a blue back or a red back? It's very important. Maybe his weapon was... this!
Bang! Havers! The fella couldn't possibly have anything like that.
That's what you think. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Just look right here. There's even a little illustration.
Of what?
Of...
Bang, bang.
a little corgi. Right there. Don't you see it? Wow. Beautiful.
Bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark.
Oh, okay, fine. Ah!
It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Corgus McGilded. The British national treasure. The Queen's Corgi. Queen Elizabeth I's Corgi, not the second. By the way, did you know that Queen Elizabeth has decided to not raise any more corgis because she didn't want to leave any behind after her death? That is so sad, but so noble of her. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. Yo! Wait, is this just the animation that Gregson used to strangle Mr. Tinpillar? Or what's his called in this one? Mr. Skulkin? Skulkin. Is it the same one?
You squealed, did you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret?
Elizabeth I was earlier than this? Oh, is it still Victoria? Sorry. I forget what we figured out. I looked it up before. You can't touch me now!
Ah!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon! And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, as all the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Eh?
Would I be right in saying that you knew? Metal Gear, one of the government's most secret projects? I had a couple of run-ins in the past. You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
Jings, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found right and proper, In the fella's cell where I said it would be.
Ow.
But how can that be? Where in the cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you willy wally galoot?
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you afore, did I know you lawyer?
Yes, you did. But who's to say it hasn't been modified in any way? I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asuki." Tap, tap. Tap, tap. Let me just...
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Read it for yourself. You know Japanese. They really let witnesses bring anything into the courtroom. They really let me bring in anything, even if it's literally just like a picture of me and my supposed family from Japan. As close as Ryunosuke can get to a family. I mean, we got Inspector Gregson right here. He's in the picture. Looking good. He described it as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend,
I missed that phrase.
that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
It would have had to have been faked by someone that knows Japanese. I don't know. As clearly has been demonstrated already. What went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. Gregson is such a square. Don't invite him. Well, I think he's pretty edgy. If I do say so myself. And cornered, too.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system.
This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
Somewhere? Pull the ears? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. Vigil went through too much for this to be called a lie. If anything, I just feel bad that they're even doubting him, but they don't. That's the secret. Maybe Caden does, because he needs to protect his own incorrect notion of what occurred. But Strongheart is indelibly directly denying him because he knows. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. Why does Caden look so small? It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these facts? These obvious and reprehensible facts?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder.
Have him testify again!
The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth.
You're gonna hold us all in contempt of court?
Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw in the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. Ooh, boy.
We in it now, baby. Come on, come on, come on. And this time I noticed that Governor Caden was strangling him. Did he slip a little disc onto his person? Maybe. As a warder responsible, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fella's robe that he left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
What he was wearing before?
In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you no satisfied with calling me a lawyer once, eh? You wee finger. Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. I don't work for you. I quit. What are you doing? You trying to like stand up to him like nose to nose? Like, what you gonna do about it, huh? Huh? Oh, he's just strangling himself. Wait, you're right. It's playing the strangling animation. Is this broken? Oh, no. Other than the hold, you'd like to take in my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Exactly this? What a good mime he is. Are you going to give me a good shake again? Are you too scared? Little and large. He was just miming out the animation, but it didn't change the cravat. Little and large, what a double act. Yo, frickin' Kansai region humor. It's the 10 pillars all over again.
We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan.
So, okay, if Gregson was actually a member of the Reaper this whole time, did he really have anything to do with the Skulkin gang, the 10 pillars? Did they just make that up? Or were they also in it with the Reaper?
As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Not the ring, though.
Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting's that of your old man, eh?
I guess he would be the one to confirm that, huh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it is my father's brushwork.
But maybe an entire page was omitted.
Really?
And this last will and testament was the last man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh.
I've been around, but you're still prattling, moving fast while I'm still tattling.
So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
I'll make this one quick.
Yes, my lord. Ding, ding. Press it, baby. Hold it! I barely said a word. Just hold it, though.
So that would mean that you've conversed with Mr. Asogi?
Yes, certainly, though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he didn't really strike one man as a man capable of mass murder.
Yet he confessed in full to the crimes.
You can fake handwriting, yes, but can you fake handwriting in a language that very few people speak in this entire country? It would have to be someone that not only can imitate foreign writing, but also just knows Japanese.
So who could that be? I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes.
Just one?
When he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man.
And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? Maybe something about the paper it's written on, or...
It was the beginning of all the trauma. I remember it very well, yes. Hold it! Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, did he?
Yes, that's right.
And like the Bampotia, you did not tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
Your heart was true, Mr. Vigil. Your prayers were with him.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right.
So when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Berkeley, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
Oh, sure you did. Oh, you told them to do that, huh? In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have had to expect that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah!
It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Unless he expected him to actually die.
Ugh, Will!
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor,
A prison governor cannot be expected to get in the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
in that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now.
Could you imagine if the normal judge for this game is just tied up in a closet somewhere? And the moment we wipe any notion of a grin off of Strongheart's face, he just, just shambles out, ready to deliver a verdict. That'd be beautiful.
I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
Notary? The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. As much as he covered up his tracks, this was the messiest one of all. And he can't cover it up now. Well, the thing about that will is... Well, the thing is... Hold it! Hold it! It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Yes, and I reported it. When I reported it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely," in my face. He's doing it again.
Aye, well, it's done to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
Anime over the top. Even the clothes are animeing. It wouldn't surprise you if the judge was tied up somewhere with or without clothes. Now wait a minute. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. Wee! The point is, it's clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. And then, before I knew it, he was in the morning paper. The blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh no. Oh, you mean... The article amended to spells thing. The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Longate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that was when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. It's okay, Vigil. You don't have to.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I only found out. The detective told me.
And the directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak.
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't ken before, I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
You mean it was planted there? Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will?
Aye, that's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? Yes, no, maybe? I just wonder if it really was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was after. No. Oh? Genshin Asogi's actual last weapon? What could it have been? Maybe something with a sword? Maybe if I unsheath it. Maybe there's like a hidden piece of paper like in there since 10 years ago? Maybe something stuffed into the sheath? Maybe it's a fake sword. Maybe it pops out of the handle. Continue with your testimony then, witness. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe. Check the wraps, maybe? It didn't really show anything that I could check, but I'll check again. Mr. Asogi's kimono?
Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes.
He was permitted to have his personal effects with him during the incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. Like Baroque Van Zieks has. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword, his sword. Katana. Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the sword of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Inosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. Could that hurt anybody with that thing? Still, he was allowed a sword but no writing materials. Was it written in his blood or something? Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see.
Dr. Mikotomo was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say the letters just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Oh? I'm pursuing it. I don't have time.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I'm feeling faint, Mr. Vigil. Mr. Vigil!
Sir! I was Scarlet, sir!
The document was read. He poked his own finger. He wrote it in blood. The Scarlet Study. What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
Didn't we hear something about Scarlet writing? Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something importance? Possibly. Possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
He's leaning always. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or not possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
That's just the look of,
I'm tired of this bullshit. I just need to get a guilty verdict already. Just let him shut up. Not guilty, whatever.
go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was Scarlet! As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Blood! Scarlet, you say?
Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment. Even by the dim light, I remember thinking it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Oh?
Witness? Is that really what you saw?
What? Sir!
Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? Super Egg broke your stream. Oops.
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Long Strongheart. Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Ah, yes. The old pirate, Long Strongheart.
Oh, dinna have her. You can plainly see the written here, and it's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat.
The Earl of Hell? Satan's waistcoat?
Well, yes, you're right.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night?
Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back.
But it was definitely a will, was it?
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father's holding exactly?
If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court. At once.
Really? Okay. I don't know what you're getting at, but sure. Here you go. Right here. This inkling, right here. This one. See? Right here. No? It's sold out. Amiibo. That testimony doesn't give much away. So this really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father, but it wasn't meant to be legally binding. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi was actually holding nothing. Okay, so I'm going to think something, Scarlet. So I don't have anything about a Scarlet document per se, but what I do have is an idea that maybe the document was actually written in blood by poking himself with his own sword. Represent the sword, I guess. There's a reason we have it. Of course, of course. I wonder, is it possible? And the wrappings have nothing of particular note. I wonder if it's possible. The tip?
Objection!
No? Dang it. My lord, as counsel for the defense, I must object to the last statement. Ah! Okay, what do I have? Anything that talks about Scarlet. Public health report. If you're a redhead, yeah! Something written in blood, maybe. Notes from the Reaper? Something? There's some paper from 10 years ago. There's a handprint on the back of that. I don't think that's relevant. Let's see. Open that trunk again, baby. Examine that evidence, baby. Let's take a look-see. Nothing in here? Nothing, please? This tip? Let's look at it again. Maybe there's a tip of blood on it. 10 years old. I'd imagine Kazuma would have cleaned it. Ah, Colonel. Anything written in Scarlet here? It'd have to be written in Japanese, though. Maybe? Passport document. No. Ah, yes. Iris' lucky charm. Pull the ears. Pull them now. Alright, let's see. Evacuation drill. No way it has anything to do. Oh, wait a minute. I'm an idiot. He didn't poke himself with a sword. I think he poked himself with a ring, which means he had the ring, and that means he can actually, like... That means he... maybe? Let me read those papers again. Request upon my death, that was the Empire of Japan. Deep sadness, I accept my fate, nothing my homeland to today. The ring was missing. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I'm saying if it was true, then it's a contradiction. But again, there's no evidence of that. Am I doing the overthinking thing again? If it's a contradiction, the contradiction is that the document is not written in scarlet ink.
Objection!
No? That last statement seemed a little questionable. Wang! Wonderful! Wonderful. What else? I'm determined. I'm doing this the right way. I'm thinking about it. I want to have an actual reason. I want to have, like... I want to know. I want to see what I thought was never real. Hey, look, chat, a distraction. No, we're thinking about this together. Looking at everything I have. Okay, so nothing to do with Toby's death. That's all done. That's all well. So it has to be something from 10 years ago. Yeah, okay. I knew something talked about scarlet ink. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. Little and ring fingers. He poked his own finger on the ring. No document was found. That's it. This is the problem with me playing this game only once every freaking week. Like, I had a foggy memory of that, but I don't remember what evidence said it. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What? Hammer it again! You have no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report. The additional notes always trip people up. It's more, yeah, it's that and the fact that it's a piece of evidence I've already presented today. So in my mind, like, I know it's not always conclusive of that, but in my mind it was done.
That's it. That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. If I was playing this game, like, and streaming nothing else, I probably would have remembered. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does.
It's not a scroll. What are you reading? You're reading something completely different.
Scarlet ink?
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't go all around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Wait, no, that's Clint's autopsy report, so it wasn't Genshin's hand. Did Clint write a note? What?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man.
My brother was well-bred, you know. He got around.
Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
What is your point, Counsel?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open.
Did he write in red ink?
But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document finding the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
Is red ink this game's version of being left-handed? Just because he happened to use that type of ink?
So the document disappeared. It had disappeared, are you suggesting? That the document my father had in his hand that night in this cell was
the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death?
Then it was.
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil.
Sir!
When you spotted Mr. Asogi with a document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? They really weren't written in the cell. He had them already. All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament, not his, but Clint's. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Ah! If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with the will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks!
No! What?
Yo?
Objection!
This changes everything!
This is madness!
Madness? This is Ace Attorney!
My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean. Yes.
No. Impossible! That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zieks!
Clint was pursuing the professor. He consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never!
Save. Death.
He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will have possibly contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever.
Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy? Just even look how far Ryunosuke has come. Let me for a moment gush about the animation. Like, we talked about how the animation has gone hog wild in this game. Whether it's because they had extra budget or if they were pressed for budget, actually, maybe? But remember how he used to do his thinking animation in the very first trial. He used to just wistfully stare off into the distance, slowly grab onto his chin like, huh? But no, this is rigid contemplation. This is ManokAdobo. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No. It couldn't be! He loved the delivery, not just the writing, but it works so well in tandem with the presentation. It's so good.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen. There's absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable!
What did you say, Counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogui had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
What if the document is here, in this very room? What if all along it was hidden somewhere safe? Oh, it's happening. Oh, it's happening. I bet dollars to donuts. Donuts. Animation bound to get better. I think just the fact they embraced mocap with this one. Full stop. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. The will. The will must have contained information that outed not the Reaper, because the Reaper happened after this, but information so important, so grave, that Strongheart was willing to start the Reaper in order to hide it. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruto! However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Usato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks has left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asugi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is a mere conjecture? What are you getting at, man? Man!
Ryunosuke!
We got our anime objections. We got our anime reactions. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact a report, an accusation, confession. It's an accusation. Something that directly put something on... No, it would need evidence though. A report? Again, needs evidence. It had to have been something that, with just the words from his pen to paper, had to have been accepted as true. It had to have been something about himself. Clint Van Zieks? He couldn't have been the He was the professor?
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession. Confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Genshin was just there to take the fall. Clint Van Zieks was the prosecutor. Clint had to be the Professor. That's why it was a deal. It benefited the both of them. He's clutching his badge.
Enough! Counsel!
Oh, and that's Strongheart's voice.
Enough! Counsel! What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the professor. That would mean...
Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. No. No. No way! The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asugi at all.
No. You can't be suggesting...
It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself!
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zieks' family, they've been thoroughbreds at the British Judiciary for years.
And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice at the capital. He was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public found out, law and order in this country would be finished.
My brother. It can't be.
Oh, this is too awful. Lord Van Zieks.
My throat. My poor throat. Oh. The things I do for art. I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Baroque Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Chef's kiss, thank you. Order. Order. Order in court. Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Do you all never own a dog? Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Was the dog named Baroque? Is that why the dog collar had a B on it? Really? Is it?
Yes. He did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
Balmung. There's that name again. Did I hear the name before? I feel like I have, and I commented it sounded like mung beans.
I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he was following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
The collar! A jewel-studded collar!
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar. Stolen by a thief. Stolen by William Shakespeare? It so happens, or not, wanted to be stolen by William Shakespeare, but was stolen by the frickin' Yangus dude. Yeah, the Yangus dude.
It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a color during our time in London. And now we have the reason Sholmes dared not speak of it.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold.
There it is.
It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B? B?
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
Hound of the Baskervilles! What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow.
Oh! It was her dog.
That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage.
They'd had a wife. You have any kids? Their little Van Zeeks running around somewhere? Just taking after Van Zeeks and his brother? Just slamming legs everywhere?
There can be no doubt then. That collar you described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Ziex's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from his quarry. Of course. Baskervilles. But it could equally have been from human prey. The science doesn't exist to test it, so it's true then.
Clint Van Zieks really was the professor.
Impossible! These Japanese are making it all to exonerate their own! Alright, enough of the racism. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought up against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? Lord Wrongheart?
10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black root of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
The fiendish of criminals. The rich! Clint Van Zieks! Van Zieks really said, eat the rich! Because of people like Magnus von McGilded. Because of people like him, who could escape all conviction because of his wealth, because of his power, because of his position. He was the example. His wife, the professor, thought he had to exist. Madman! Would the rich even taste good? Maybe. Literally eat them. That's true. His dog bit their throats off. Oh, you're right. He wrote Batman before Batman was a thing. Gotham City is just London.
The 19th century was a truly miraculous was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows that were cast on society.
Baker Street.
Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat the darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed.
Batman with a wife and brother, I guess. Didn't say anything about parents.
It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
All right, buddy. There's no need for that. I've been letting it go this whole trial, but no, stop.
Once again? What do you mean?
Oh, you mean Genjin Asogi. Still, though, maybe you could have said buy an Asogi. I'll Kazuma take the credit for that.
10 years ago, your father, Genjin Asogi, turned up at my office one night.
This could easily top crime shows. Law and Order ain't got nothing. Crime and Punishment ain't got nothing. We want Ace Attorney.
The professor?
Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion once he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student.
Thanks for the stream. You're welcome, Fracture Scanlife. If you gotta go to bed, by all means, there's always the VOD. There's the link to the Discord. Absolutely. Have a good night. And thanks for being here.
So I turned down Asogi's plea. As a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own.
Visit the van. I'm like, what? There's a minivan? What do they do in the back of the van? Cook steaks? Hot dogs? Like the beginning of the Scooby-Doo movie?
We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. I'm sure there's a lot of fan fiction around it too. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. His own. I mean, not his own, but Clint. So, did Asogi really kill? Yeah, he said he was guilty of taking a human's life. Is this justice? Did Genshin have the right? Human life for human life. Yes. He was... I don't know. Was he avenging the dead? He was avenging the rich. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Genshin. I'm not saying it was okay. I'm just saying maybe they could have come to an agreement. No. What Genshin was really out for, not anything to do with the honor or the deaths of those affected by the professor. No. He wanted to make sure that the British legal system was turned on its head. To allow someone like Clint to be one of the top prosecutors and also do whatever he wants on the side. It just wasn't right. It wasn't justice. It wasn't law. No one could touch him.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene.
So it was hidden. Maybe it's still hidden.
We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time.
And so begins the part of the game where we start presenting evidence that we probably have never presented before. I can think of a couple of items. Don't worry about it. Clearly the wig.
I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
At what cost? So you're admitting to it? That you are behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire.
No. You didn't protect the law. You protected a farce.
Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him naturally.
Gregson!
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Gregson! Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Thorn Van Zeeks. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Actually true.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man.
And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short him at a weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. You must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country.
For the good of the country!
The greater good.
And we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Limey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help?
Gregson wearing a scarf face man, dude?
Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during the autopsy.
And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought up against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply.
Oh, here we go.
You see, he had one crippling weakness.
Same weakness as Batman, really. You attack the people he cares about.
What weakness?
You?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Called it, as I'm sure everybody else has.
Me? Me? Ore?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Do I hear you have a 14-year-old son? Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. And I guess your wife, maybe.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asuki. The gallows.
But he left his treasure in one piece. Yayo, yayo.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal.
It's really powerful, especially against living things. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Why'd you tell him, though?
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind. which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So what's it to be, Asoki?
That round.
One little deal between you and me? I'm certain, I promise, that you'll be free. What do you say? What do you see?
Kazuma.
You really love how horrible Strongheart is? Let the villains be evil. Not just that. Not that he's like, haha, kill all people dead because I'm evil. Like, no. He just really just say, he's saying screw people. Screw everyone under me. Screw the poor. Screw the Japanese. Screw everybody. As long as law prospers. As long as I keep my position. I don't care. Freaking Strongheart saying that, essentially? What a rude man. So cold. He did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
Yeah, I'd object to that. Thank you, Van Zeeks.
I never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in light of all this treachery, I have to ask.
Where's the document?
The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey.
Oh, do you really want to make him say it out loud?
Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart?
Oh, he's smiling. I don't like that. When has he ever smiled?
Hehe. A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque Van Zeeks?
You want to admit it?
That's the spirit of your late brother. That paragon of justice should return to wreak justice for a sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What? What brazen?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
A puppet. Nothing more, nothing less.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you.
A puppet? A muppet? Darkness?
It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of this young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe.
So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent raid of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in almighty capital for the past decade.
Well, have your day in the sun. You're about to get sunburned.
That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess. It was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. Of the Reaper.
I really thought I was on Cave, damn it.
However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. It was I, Ansem the Wise.
Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still.
All those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotted to the core anyway.
If it was all in aid of keeping London safe.
No, don't justify it.
darkness.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no farther.
No. We haven't seen that document. It has to exist somewhere.
Now I would like to entreat all those present to free orders in the antechamber. Now go on, exit the building. We've got deviled eggs. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country that I killed several people in 2 countries.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
No, it can't.
I have one last question for the accused Lord Van Zeeks.
What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me. You know, it's amazing. We only learned of his older brother this game, and yet, turns out, he had a bigger hand in all of this than we could have ever imagined it.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable, while my brother was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect?
Yes, but it was only once, not more, not less.
Only once, really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time.
Oh! That made you maybe suspect Strongheart himself, because that's when he would have risen to the position.
It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor.
Who was that? Do we know him?
No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
Yeah, the Queen's definitely finding out about this first chance somebody gets to step outside.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
Everything else was destroyed. This is war on truth. War. It doesn't determine who is right. It determines who's left. What is left? Whatever remains must be the truth. Using Sherlock Holmes's own mantra against him.
Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned!
Objection!
I hope I'm raising my hand up. I hope I'm raising it sky high. No! Well, that works too.
Thank you, Kazuma. Me.
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon?
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. How many times have we taken that exact phrase against Strongheart? At least 3. I bet he's really doubting saying that now. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago. revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accuser one simple question. Something about Lord Chief Justice? Well, it began with Lord Van Seeks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Well, if I say Lord Strongheart, it doesn't matter because he's just gonna deny it. So I'm gonna say... I've gotta say Lord Strongheart. Man, I should just really go with the opposite of what I expect. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Am I cross-examining my memory now? Neither Clint nor Genshin walk this earth. However, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two pieces. Oh, that! Well, yeah, of course I denied that. I just didn't know I was saying that right now. No, there's more. That document, that red inked document. Where is it? Lord Strongheart, do you care to explain?
Explain what, Counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal.
Fatal? What, I'm gonna die when I run out of frickin' things? My goodness. Okay. So the contradiction is that Genshin Asuki still had something left. The only weapon he had left. He's talking about the red pen document. And he says it right here.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asugi. The 2-paged will. Wait, 2-page. Ow. Oh, that! Wrong math, right answer! That's what I was contradicting. I thought like, oh, you know, the red ink still exists. Oh wait, 3 pages, 2 pages.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were... the 3-page last will and testament. Oopsie. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you've identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see.
See, that's why I didn't want to say Lord Strongheart, but my my second judgment said to say Lord Strongheart. Because he's just gonna deny it. He's just gonna say, oh, I just spoke. A trifle?
Governor Caden?
Eh? What can I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament?
Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. Oopsie!
What?
What?
Strongheart was counting on him to agree with him.
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his land back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to nigh been sent.
Objection!
Not sent to Japan. It was a message to Kazuma. And you needed to see it.
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said. To hear my father's final words to me.
This courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel.
As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now.
Of course you do. Because why not? Because it's Ace Attorney. Because otherwise we'd have to go looking for it. They really don't let the witnesses bring anything into court, do they? Thank goodness Kazuma doesn't have a penalty meter, or else he'd get all of them right now.
My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
No, we read them now. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asoki's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
No. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then.
Oh, he caved easily.
Very well then, Governor Caden.
Quick, rip up the document now.
You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear.
Governor Caden can't read Japanese, though.
Yes, sir. Only I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read worm language.
Worm. Stop calling them worms.
Oh, worms?
Who's talking? Who's saying?
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry.
Oh, I thought it was... Well, I thought it was Susato Mikotoba, but it's actually Yujin Mikotoba.
Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. The note reads...
Father!
No, it doesn't read that.
It reads son, because it's talking to Kazuma.
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
I never left.
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Thank you, my lord.
Now let me just read it in Japanese first. Dame dane, dame yo, dame nano yo. Anta ga suki de sugi sugite. Dore dake tsuyoshi osa ke demo. Yuga no anai omoide ga baka mitai.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem.
Twist the head, twist the sword. There's a secret compartment in the sword. I called it so long ago. Is it a haiku? Wait, I have to read it now. Mighty Karuma, 5. Twist thy head and watch them fall. 7. All thy mortal foes. 5. It's snowing on Mount Fuji. 7.
Twist thy head.
They found the missing page. You know, Governor Caden just brought it today. No one told him to, he just did.
Father,
What is Karuma?
the name of the Asogi clan's famous sword, and also incidentally the name of a prosecutor who wields a whip. In the future, 100 years from now, don't worry about it. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. Of course it had to be used at some point. The one worn by the prosecution counsel, when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Bidabadu. Third page.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light.
No, wait, just 1 second. Wait, just 1 second. What is happening to your hand? Wait, that's his right hand. Okay, that's right. Okay, that's okay. I thought like that was his left hand and his thumb was like contorting backwards to... No, it looks okay now. It just looked weird from this angle.
It in pursuit of justice. Lord Clint Van Zyx tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties. Objection! How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appeared to have been lost forever. Ah!
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why.
Maybe if we examine the sword? Maybe if we twisted its head and watched it fall? Oh, look at this!
Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. No, not your head!
Mr. Naruhodo, if I may make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Like, what would that even do?
Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira. So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt?
But
You don't think...
ooh,
Right there!
Ah!
chicken butt.
Look what's inside it!
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Wow, and they never noticed like there was something rattling around in there.
Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. What does it say?
It says, Dunny, you numerament number, Limanower Imre, New York, embowelment, Jeremy, Clint Van Zyx.
I penned this. My last will and testament.
Oh wait, this is Clint Van Zyx's voice. Well, it's actually Renosuke reading it.
In the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end!
Clint Van Zyx! And the date! 10 years ago, that fateful night.
There is no date on this paper.
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma, and nobody knew!
It says, Watashi wa Kira desu.
He really was the Kira. And what was Genshin, L?
The last will and testament of Lord Van Zyx!
Wait. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. What does it say? What does it say? What does it say?
Yo, 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 yo. I want to read it. I can't read it yet. I'm not allowed to.
We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that.
He wants to flee to New York.
Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved that reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
Petty crime, maybe. But the nobles have gotten ever so more cocky.
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. Have you dressed it up? There was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
The fact that he's really just needed to take a big poopy this whole court proceeding, and he needs to rush it so he can go to the bathroom. He needs to head to the loo.
Dr. Mikotoma, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will?
My work is done.
In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
I have one thing. I just got it just now.
In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo! I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I wait and see for what? No way! Hi, Miku. Oh, Miku's not here. Bye, Miku. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. I found it.
Don't be absurd.
Do you hear that tap dancing, sir? That is me tap dancing on your grave. Once we dig it. And you were executed for killing like 5 people.
There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord.
Did you see his face, though?
This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense.
That little small, like... No way.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? Show me!
I dare say. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you?
Decisive?
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Ooh!
Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma. If you're capable.
Is that a challenge? Challenge accepted.
What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
My armband!
Take that!
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Want to see it?
Impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. A keyblade, if you will. Keyblade? Keyblade?
My brother's last will and testament? Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karuma!
That ultimate weapon Genshin Asuki has obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. See, it was a key in this blade. Watch, that 1 millisecond invokes Disney copyright. The signature and seal certainly look official. And you can verify the handwriting?
My God, it's true! It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of the document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. No, stop the music! I said stop! We're really going to get sued? No!
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document can literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country.
Burn it all down from the ground. Thanks for the chicken.
I demand that you hand it to me at once.
He just like falls over the desk, like trying to grab at it, like burning himself on the fires in the jury chairs. Oh, no. 5,000. That's how many people you have to answer to. They're gathering rats at the courthouse. They're all chickens. Do you see them? Do you see justice? The bitrate is tanking. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. Objection.
Beautiful timing, Lemonade Cafe.
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
Hey, wait a minute. Venzix put his foot on the thing 4 times today. Well, not today, but in the course of the game. That's breaking the rule of 3s.
I beg your pardon?
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and without any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To define a monarch's will is treason. Yo! Oh, hello. Oh, hello. He's breathing. Look at him right there. Small man.
Lord Van Clint Van Six really did pen a will that day.
It's exactly as the young Japanese said. Read it out loud. Now, you have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped.
You fools.
Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then.
No, for God's sake. No!
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly a merciful people. I, Clint Van Zix, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zix estate, hereby confess the following. I am the killer, who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such a vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. The demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He hailed over me that threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. What?
As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asoki who dies this night, I am eternally damned to darkness.
Darkness.
To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. There it is. That's, oh my god. I almost picked it. I almost picked the letter holding, his will holding an accusation. Because that felt right. But I knew Strongheart would just deny it. Now that we have that in writing, now that we have it right here, it wasn't just a confession, it was both. Extortioner. It wasn't vigilantism. Not after that. It was just plain murder. And there's the game! Well, can I just say, Clint Van Zieks? He should have been an author, dude. That beautiful, beautiful prose. Every time he swallows. It's like he's heard his voice before, and he knows how hard it is on my throat. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. So, in the end, Strongheart turned out to be both the Reaper and the Professor, in a way.
Wonderful.
Not that Professor, that's Professor Oak. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Oh. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. Okay, now we can say that Lord Strongheart is just plain evil. And what? And what? What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? He's gonna say, yeah, but it's a closed court. Nobody will believe any of you. Well, why don't you say that in front of my little friend, huh? Is that what we're gonna do? Where's the freaking... There it is. Want to say that loud and clear? Want to reveal to the world? Where's Sholmes right now? Is Sholmes in the freaking... Is he in the freaking palace? Is he talking to the queen right at this moment? I want that to be what's happening. I want him to deliver that news via radio to the queen herself. You know, like one of those, like basically the ending of Coco, just record it, broadcast it live. It just didn't make sense to me. That the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. That's why. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. Unless Strongheart wanted to succeed. Literally. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. Sholmes in Buckingham Palace right now, let's go. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. You admit it! London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Wesker, you've gone senile. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper,
the professor. The name makes no difference.
He just wants to have cool anime name.
As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection! Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Ah, Genshin Asugi. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him!
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Jigoku? Judge Jigoku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asugi's treatment of after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate.
You're telling me you pulled strings to get him his position as a judge in Japan?
10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand.
Wait, he destroyed the witness stand back then too. That's right! He did it again!
I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Dirty Snake!
Seishiro. Baka. Baka mitai.
As you know, Asugi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan.
Ugh. Oh.
Ugh!
There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Unraveling. Belanisima, welcome on in. To the end of the end. I feel like this is it. It's all downhill from here. So, grab a nest, get comfy.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries.
Just had to be a grave digger, huh? If only Enoch went to the frat party that night. Just a college boy trying to pay for his tuition. You know, this says a lot about society. If they had just given him student loans, if they had just given him grant money, this never would have happened.
But that grave, on that particular night... Blast. If people find out the convict really wasn't executed, the scandal will rock.
Oh, no, it's still Enoch. It's Enoch Trevor.
The scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what?
No, okay, it is. I'm confused. There's no names.
Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asugi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us will be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot him!
Bang, bang.
Jigoku shot Asugi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asugi's body back in the grave from which he had just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried, along with Asugi's corpse. So now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night.
It's all out there, isn't it? It's a shame it had to all happen in a closed court. Would he ever admit this outside? No way. This man, let me just analyze him as a character. He has ambition. Does he fall under the trope of affably evil? No. Maybe at first he looked like it. Like, it's definitely a variation of the whole idea of Damon Gant. Like, someone who seemed like they were doing the right thing. Not because they're your happy grandpa who asks you if you go swimming and claps like a gorilla. No. It's someone who really, legitimately, at least in his mind, as far as he's convinced himself, has concern for the legal process of the entire nation. But it was all just a lie he told himself for his own personal advancement in the ranks, in the world. Selfish. That's all I can really say. An evil, evil man who does not deserve to walk out of here free.
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asugi in the end, you see.
Even then, he probably thought of just everything he did, thinking of ways he could pin things on other people and have second, chances and ways to spin it so that he could conceivably absolve himself of guilt. He would not, grab Jigoku's gun. He would tell Jigoku to shoot him. Stuff like that. This man is dangerous.
He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
And I suppose he saw a bit of himself in Jigoku. That desire, the desire for personal gain, clouded his relationships, his past, his decision. He knew that Jigoku would pull the trigger on his own friend. He didn't. If only he wasn't right. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. Blackmail.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier.
See? He had that in his back pocket, but he didn't get a chance to use it. Well, he almost did, but we just exposed it.
He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
So that's why. How do you sleep at night?
Like this.
It worked because his eyes were closed too.
These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
I object to everything, sir. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. You've caused it.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zyx from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
At what cost? At what cost? For every action, there is equivalent in exchange. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of the countless more.
That's enough!
His cane still isn't broken.
Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our course cannot function without a Reaper.
Okay, now you're just delusional.
Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle!
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zixia who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld was largely filled by you.
You little...
His eyes are glassed over.
When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. Yo, he's popping a vein! People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Here's the part where he starts laughing because, like, there's no way I can prove any of this. Laugh, laugh, wave when you feel your heart is breaking. Laugh, clown, laugh. He's literally doing the Damon game.
Well. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me.
Hyperclap?
A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance.
What are you talking about?
Those lively grave expressions that beautifully pronounce Queen's English.
The parallels had to have been intentional. That, of course, they wrote it. Man!
Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
You fraud.
Keep your mockery.
Threatening clapping.
Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said.
You can't keep up with the clapping. There's no hyper, super, mega clap emote. What are you trying to say? The only thing we're clapping is damn cheeks, boy. Just to slap your face. Just give you a little slap.
I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how do you put it? Done nothing?
Oh, look at him! He's lost it! What is this? Yo, he's fraying at the seams. He's unhinged. Somebody stop him. Bailiff, please.
I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes.
Full answer mode right now. You mean Terranort? You mean young Zamanissanort?
I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No?
Nah, that's not how it works, man. What? That's his plan. He literally didn't do anything himself. He told others to do his bidding. That was his plan B from day one. But he's still guilty, especially by modern day rules. I don't know what was it like in the 1900s, but
it's true. Personally, I have committed no crime.
You don't think instigation existed back then? Well, it should.
I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
Damon Gant on steroids. And Damon was already pretty buff, let's not lie. You can't get away with that.
He's not getting away with this!
You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury here present. All the good lords and ladies. All the good lords and ladies. Now put your hands up. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves.
He's doing that talking thing again. He's trying to weasel his way out of everyone in court's opinion. Don't believe his lies.
So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider this situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? Learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
If that's what needs to be done, so be it. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt.
Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century.
Okay, that's a little dramatic. I'm sure they just find a new Lord Chief Justice. That's about it.
Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again,
I'm gonna sneeze. I lost it.
we must at times occupy the
darkness
ourselves.
Bless you. Well, thank you, Kodo X. Also, welcome on in.
We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interests of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point. No, he doesn't. The thing Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. Yes. But on the other hand, he's the one who fabricated the situation in the first place. Isn't it our duty to maintain law and order? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. What are you guys doing? You cease that chanting right now. You believed him. You believed his words. Nothing but a tempting apple of fate. He's poisoning you. He's poisoning the public opinion. Are you hearing this? Wake up, sheeple! This is the will of the British judiciary. The will of the... I'm getting like freaking... I don't want to say it, but I'm getting Persona 5 vibes. It's what the people want, right? They're happier living a farce, right? Yo, I'm gonna say Ace Attorney does it better. They don't need a giant... Well, there is a chalice on screen, actually. This is the Holy Grail. They don't need a big old metaphor about jails and chalices. They just need this man. What, Strongheart for king?
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude.
I want to drink wine in court. I need a drink right now.
Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. To Gyakuten this Saibon. Just go boo. Right now, real loud. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. Wrong fart. Wrong fart.
You so conclusively proven his guilt, yet he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Rinosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. Almost, you say? There's one idea. Sholmes, you better be in position.
Hello, is this the Queen of England speaking?
There's really only one path left for me. Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. It's my bunny!
Take that!
Oh my! Yes! You are now a big shot! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked you if you had that with you earlier!
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it might be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely! Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
Hey Sholmes, I hope you're okay with getting some new ear piercing, because you're gonna need, like, those big old gauge earrings after this. We're gonna tear a hole in your lobes. Alright, here goes! Heave!
My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes!
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here.
Wait, where is he? What? He's in the room?
Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
What the hell?
You got freaking hologram technology? Since when? Since when can you...
Help us, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're our only hope.
Why? What? Where did this come from? Who? What?
Hollow Sholmes! Let's go! Just for the sake of making a grand entrance. It's Mr. Sholmes! His hologram walking to the stand. Oops, they made it slightly too big. I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Say, are you noisier than usual? Just pass through everything.
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
Alien technology right here. Man, what's harder to believe? Spirit mediums, possession, channeling, or holograms in the 1900s? You barely have holograms now, and you have to project them on, like, glass or fog.
What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been one ward once a worthy man.
They're trying. They're trying. Hold that. We can't get a hold of him, my lord. Look at him go. we guys go right through him. I want this on loop. I want this. This is the, just.
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see.
Take a look at this. Take a look at this right here, right now. Not that. Take a look at my purchase history. Da 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 ba 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 da 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 ba da 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 Ba-da-da-da-da-da. You can hold the video and take a video. Yeah, I did. I did it while I was taking all these screenshots, too. It's right here. Did you not notice? I have the evidence.
The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Teleports behind you. Nothing personnel, kid. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, this is the super telephone. Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Sholmes is now electric.
Right. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused?
Yo, Sholmes just took the idea of television and went full stop, whole hog on it. Yes, images, but not three-dimensional ones. Not for a while.
Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Also, like, what? Is there a projector somewhere?
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description.
The Sholmesophone. The Telesholmes. The Telesholmes. There you go. It only works on Sholmes himself.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped you might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking.
Where exactly are you? There's nothing that says a dog can't play basketball.
Very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
Which garden, you say?
A royal palace garden.
A garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace! Ah!
Oh! I knew it! I knew it!
I thought he was just gonna transmit over the little buddy! No, he's giving us a first. He's giving us a freaking front row seat!
Oh! Oh, Sholmes, you beautiful, beautiful son of a mother!
Ah! Yes!
A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What do you? You can't be. Buckingham Palace?
The Queen's been watching everything. Are we gonna get like a 3D model of the Queen now? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Zetto? I've never heard of it. That's where the Queen lives!
Do you ever hear the news? Read the news, Mr. Naruhodo.
Mr. Sholmes?
Is Iris with you there?
Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Ooh!
Oh! Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire.
Oh, that Queen. You heard it. You heard us. What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
You should visit sometime.
Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen! You get me! I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all!
Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description! A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings.
The Queen's been watching every moment. Every breath you take. Every lie you make. Every farce you shake. Every rule you break. She'll be watching you.
So I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Show's remote cinematograph.
You meddling?
This is some kind of nightmare.
A little one.
Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with take of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true.
You don't mean...
Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. And by the way, Sprint, thanks for getting us up to Nar. Nar, how you doing? I'm Herlock Sholmes.
You...
I'm gonna take a big swig of water after this one.
I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Queen Victoria!
Vicky!
Iris, there you are! Icky Vicky. No, not Icky Vicky. I should...
In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message?
Her Majesty by her first name! Yeah, they're on speaking terms. She's just too adorable.
Well then.
What, whose voice? What am I doing anymore?
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwith, and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, you will be prosecuted for crimes against this country in a public trial by jury in the coming days.
So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. No. Queen's got it. Thank you, Vicky. Hugs and kisses. May she ever reign. Long live the Queen. All that good stuff. Don't mind me. My stream deck just does not want to... Yeah, there you go. Justice in this country need to be administered from the shadows and all. According to the timeline, Queen Victoria dies in 3 months. Well, ain't that just sad? Hey, you know, she did something great before she died. She got Male Strongheart erased from history itself. Why do you think you never read about him in a history book, huh? Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. Unless you're thinking the Queen of England herself is the next victim of the Reaper. Oh no! After today, your brand of law and order has no future. Because you no longer are the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. There we go! I called it. Oh, okay, bye. Wait, is he gonna catch a fire? Okay, no. Good. Bye. Die. Get the hell out of my courtroom.
guilty.
Oh, is it gonna fall on him? Oh my god! Is he dead? Wait a minute! Look at him! He's pathetic!
My voice, it's gone.
Crispy strong fart, that's what they should call him. The downfall. If that is not the most Michael Bay meltdown breakdown in the entire Ace Attorney series, I don't know what is. Rasan, thank you for the storm of chickens. Sprint, thank you for the one chicken that is undoubtedly going to be lost in this. I think I saw it, actually. No way, could I actually tell? I'll never know. Thank you for the bitrate destroying chickens. If that explosion didn't do it, then the chickens will. Man, I can't wait to see what that looks like on the VOD. It'll just be a mess. Just like Strongheart is. Y'all, it's been 5 hours. I was hoping we could end a little bit early, but no. I'm just gonna ride it out. And give this series the send-off it deserves. Raviol, and welcome in. Nice timing.
Lord, think Van Zix left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asuki's mouth, it deranged me completely.
I could tell.
I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
So you could ask him. What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asuki's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person.
Then you could kill him then and take it.
But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
Of course. Because you couldn't read the message that told just as much. Genshin, you beautiful, beautiful man.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zix. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry?
How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament. We really didn't read the whole thing?
What?
Oh yes, it also had a third page, which is weird because it was only one page. Why is Sholmes transparent? He invented hologram technology in the 1900s. No big deal. Literally. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Baroque, you've always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. Sholmes dead. He's not a force ghost, thankfully, or else he'd be haunting Ryunosuke from wherever, whenever. That's probably how he's gonna call Ryunosuke down for breakfast from now on. Just instead of actually walking upstairs, he just projects himself into Ryunosuke's bed
Like good morning, wakey wakey, eggs and bakey. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
You guys like this tonal shift? Like that. From 0 to 11 to 0 again. It's my specialty. I'm basically Sherlock Holmes myself. Don't you see my hat?
Asogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect.
Oh, I guess Suzata was reading the whole thing.
He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill.
Huh. Sins to my wife. The second. Is that the thing that he could not say on paper?
With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
Lint. Mayor Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak.
You wanted to be the King of England?
These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough.
Oh, no, yeah.
Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General.
And then what? Killing off the entire royal family? That wouldn't have been enough for you, dude. I know. I can feel it.
I would have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained.
How could you?
I'd like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away.
And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
What are you pointing at, Van Zieks? He's standing right next to you.
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial.
Oh yeah, we don't have a judge anymore. The current one kind of got stripped of all his power. Yo, can Sherlock Holmes be the judge? Not Sherlock Holmes, but Sherlock Holmes. We just, like, have frickin' Robert Downey Jr. come out here.
Ah. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were.
Hey! Look, he wasn't tied up after all. Where was he? Where was he? Is he also a hologram? Santa Judge just chilling this whole time, just under the bench. Just under the desk.
May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final education to an old friend?
My lord! As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery.
He was just watching.
And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today.
His name is just Judge. Yup. And that henceforth shall he be named. We will never know. Any judge that gets a name becomes immediately suspicious, so we'll keep him as Udgy. Judge.
The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a sprite young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What? Really? I find that hard to believe. Mr. Learned Friend, Mr. Nipponese man friend, talking to me like I'm some sort of lower being.
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese.
You said it.
After the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You're a lawyer of boundless talent.
Can I just take a page out of frickin' Daily Vigil's book and say, I understand where you're coming from, but I can't exactly accept your apology on behalf of, like, every Japanese person in existence. You just have to learn to be a better person, sir.
Fair enough.
Oh, Lord Van Zieks.
I know learned friend is the proper term for addressing somebody across the bench, yes. I'm saying that he kept calling me, like, learned Nipponese friend, blah, 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 blah. I don't know what it's called in this translation. I didn't play the first game in this translation. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I met. My best friend, Kazuma Asuki, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Suzato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. Oh, hold on, we're listening at our Nakama. Let's go. His quote-unquote Nipponese rival. And not to mention the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
The way Baroque just like,
Don't do that!
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. Yo, Rinosuke, did we ask for a speech? I love it, but like, is now the time? Can we just like say this, I don't know, over turkey, over pheasant? I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. It's not. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold, and from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead.
Oh.
Well, I must excuse myself now. This hologram projector runs on batteries, and I kind of used up all the ones in the Queen's television remote.
That joke doesn't make sense. Television's not it's invented.
I also invented the television so that I may have batteries to steal from her remote.
There you go.
But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
And like that, Sholmes disappeared from the very existence of the Ace Attorney canon.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial is finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
Yo, has the judge always had this little, like, tied off, like, braid of hair on the side, this little, like, side ponytail? Awesome. I like it. You're rocking it, Judge.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Van Zix.
Our paths cross again. Oh yeah, at my house, our home, Baker Street. You know, the one we all live in.
In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Perjury Van Zix.
Ooh, yeah! Ooh, yeah! Testify! Testify! Ah, isn't it beautiful?
That is all. Court is adjourned. Now where's that bathroom? Where's that restroom?
They don't call it bathroom in England. 4th November, 4:21 p.m. Aw, man! Just 1 minute off from blazing it. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Hello. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you, Susie. Oh, man. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato. Oh! Your kind words mean so much to me. Oh. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Because it's all over. Is this a new song? Well, of course. I'm delighted about that verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. Thank you, Dad number 2. The two dads. Mikotoba and Herlong Sholmes. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyers ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zix's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Look at that smile. Let's turn that frown upside down. Hold on, I got something for this. Just you wait. Steve Van Zix, you can be happy if you just believe in yourself. Just turn that frown upside down. There you go. Susato, toss! Miss Susato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. We solving cases? More like we're overthrowing the entire British legal system, you know, as a treat. But thank you, Drew.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, that's quite remarkable.
Honestly, I got an entire Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy of experience under my belt in just 2 games, which are kind of 2 halves of the same game. But yeah, you know, nothing but projecting a hologram of the courtroom secretly to the Queen of frickin' England while having tea in Buckingham Palace. What a finale. I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you've held so dear. How can it be a trilogy if it's 2 games? I'm saying it's the same amount of experience that Phoenix Wright had in his trilogy, but condensed into the span of 2 games that Ryunosuke himself had experienced.
Was it like he said? Was it what he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words!
Magnanimous is also a word. You know what else is also a word? Cow. You know what else is a word? Disestablishmentarianism.
I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama could have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
He is here, though. Kazuma. Is there any Ace Attorney game I haven't played yet? Why do you mention that? Investigations 2. I specifically played Investigations 1 on stream in order to prepare for it. Nope, still wrong in that count, Suzato. Oops. Shall we Suzato toss? Yeah, we'll Suzato toss. I was fully planning on playing Investigations 2 at some point this year, and I was fully intending to. And then Capcom came out with that leak, with that reveal that they would be officially localizing the Great Ace Attorney. So if it wasn't for this game releasing, I would have been playing Investigations 2 right now. And I do intend to play the original Ace Attorney trilogy as well. Maybe even 5 and 6 and Apollo Justice. Well, it all depends on, you know, if you guys are willing to watch me play a game I've played before. Definitely I will have forgotten so much about him that it will be like playing them all over again. Just don't expect me to be as enthusiastic or surprised about some of the twists, because I know them already. But I will definitely give it my all. I'll definitely play them to the best of my ability. You know, I do like Apollo Justice. More people need to learn of its wonders. Yeah, on stream. Miss Suzato? There's another face like thunder here. Double thunder.
Oh my, and he really was here.
You just like forget that he wasn't actually dead?
Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Cool. You want to congratulate me too? Your best friend?
Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
But we did, though.
I owe you an apology.
Yeah, she probably meant this room. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, there's a separate antechamber for prosecutors, isn't there?
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
It's not your fault, man.
And I can offer no forgiveness.
See? There you go. Kazuma also taking a page out of Daly's book.
That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say... Wait! There's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zix wrote before his duel with my father.
What bad? Yeah, it was in the sword, so what? Osugi was a detective. Yeah, he was studying here for a reason. To be a detective?
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He's agreed to honor my final 2 wishes.
Oh, the other wish.
Cannot commit to paper. I confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death.
So something that specifically would have troubled his wife, and now that he's dead, somehow makes it better?
With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill.
I finished the game, yeah, worst company.
Clint Van Zix.
Now I'm trying to end it so I can sleep at a reasonable time today. I might not have the VODs for these 2 episodes up on YouTube for a while. If that's okay, I might just like conk out immediately after this. Like, I should be writing the VOD and description for the last stream yesterday, but I should really get to sleep really soon.
What can the second of his final wishes have been?
Okay, can we stop obsessing about how I, like, say every little word? I know what he said. I'm assuming that the second wish has something to do with his sins. I know there are different words that were used. You don't have to repeat that to me, Mario Kimon.
That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I think perhaps
I might be able to shed some light on that.
What? Father? There is one mystery that has not been addressed this entire game.
It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
You know, it's kind of funny how Eugene Kotoba's name kind of sounds like the Western name Eugene. Like, if somebody had only known him by name, like, oh yeah, Sherlock Holmes' trusty partner, Eugene Watson, nobody would have batted an eye. Nobody would have suspected that he was actually a Japanese man named Mikotoba.
You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, I consider it done.
Eugene means friend? Well, there you go. I like how that works out. But different from Tomodachi? How? Is it like close friend? Acquaintance? Best friend? Someone you'd trust your life with?
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there.
Huh?
A lady of the gentry. She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent.
I just like silently nodded at the screen like I had a webcam, but like nobody saw that. But trust me, I did. 10 years ago, a child was born.
As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope.
He's a forensic scientist, dude. What does he know about childbirth?
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew as his dying wish.
The child is Clint's.
My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring.
Oh. Oh, this tragedy. Two friends. One thinking that he'll never see his friend again, and the other thinking that he'll pop on by after a little graveyard bash. Surprising the heck out of him. Did I scare you? I'm alive. One of these men were right that night. One of them.
All right, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugene. Right, I see. Very well, then.
Clint has a 10-year-old child.
That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. How long?
Oh, damn. Is that Clint's wife? Or was there a little tryst?
The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger.
She doesn't look 9 months pregnant. Good on her.
I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child.
Opal.
And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world.
That's the same sound effect they used for the baby from the military man. Sorry, I can't not hear that.
But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain.
Oh.
I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. Baskerville. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching.
Wait, that's not just any trunk, is it? That's the trunk in the middle of Sherlock's flat.
But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place.
Maybe not.
B. For Baskerville.
For Baskerville! And that's why Iris was told never to publish that story. Never to make mention of it ever again. That was Iris. Iris was born that day. Iris is a Van Zix. Iris, you gonna learn to kick everything now? It's only in your blood. Let's go. You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zix? Well, the woman was carrying his child. That's right. Okay, good. No cheating. Phew. Not on Mikotoba's part, nor on Clint Van Zix's part. Oof. For a second, I was worried by, like, confessing sins to his wife, like, could have hinted at, like, oh, by the way, I cheated on you, and this woman has a child. No, that's okay. I thought it would be way more dramatic than that.
That's right.
I thought that's what he meant by sin.
The newborn was his daughter.
Time to teach her the importance of court wine and glass shattering. You know, she can start with sugar glass and grape juice, please. Wine time.
But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case?
Van Zeeks. No offense, but I don't think you're dad material. How would have Iris turned out? My God.
I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, those sins. Okay, just those sins. The girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. True. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible.
I don't believe it.
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust, more than my brother. I mean, I understand, it's just funny. Like, not even trust him to, like, entrust Iris to someone. Just directly give to Japanese man he just met 6 years ago. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Could have been raised right alongside Susato.
Oh, how awful.
How old was Baroque? Let's see. 10 years ago, is he 29 right? I can't look at the court record, there is none. Well, whatever his age minus 10. Iris has smoke grenades, she has her own court shticks. Yeah. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. Eugene is a homonym for Eugene. Well, just in Japanese, you can spell things in kanji in many ways, but my question is, what is the difference in connotation between Tomodachi and Eugene? No matter how you spell it. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. I might have to go ask Obst about that one.
Yes.
He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Baroque was 23. You can be a dad at 23. Mr. Sholmes is a heart of gold. Really, all that can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Iris. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name. What? That I gave the little girl. Susie, what's your mom's name? Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words...
Name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba.
Ayame. Oh! But does Ayame mean...
That's right. Ayame. Or in English,
Iris. I've got chills. Iris. Iris being named after Ayame. Oh, you don't think it's not a coincidence that there's an Iris in Ace Attorney 3? Oh, it's actually going back all around? That maybe Mikotoba is somehow a great, like, ancestor of the family that would later produce Iris Hawthorne? No. Huh. I mean, it's just another one of those connections that are only in name. But think of the theories. She's called Ayame in Japanese. Well, would you look at that? Accidental localization. Well, purposeful localization that was accidentally consistent.
I had no idea.
Ding dong.
Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong?
This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard! Sorry, we got a butt telegram for Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's only rightful revenge for pulling on Sholmes' ear. Right on your booty butt.
Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes, is that you?
Ah! Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, good to hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let it be a lesson to you.
I'm just glad that Ryunosuke didn't, like, put the doll in some other pocket. Like, I don't know, maybe his chest pocket. He would have gotten the most extreme purple nurple.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Are you still at the palace? Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel.
I feel like we're not gonna end this without another scene with Sholmes in person, right?
It had been apparent to me that to stop the Lord's injustice
Nice, I like it.
would require such measures.
Bruno! Susie!
Oh, Iris!
Oh, I'm so pleased! What a wonderful outcome! Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, make sure you don't mix it up with the thermos that had the red hair thing. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you must simply come too.
Uncle Reapy! Oh! Uncle Reapy, let's go!
I'm afraid I couldn't.
What, you don't want to share a tender moment with your niece? The Reaper of the Bailey, flushed by a 10-year-old girl. Again! Ah! Your family, come on!
No, really? Oh, pooh.
She's family, Baral. Go to Olive Garden.
But I give you my word
So, Sapphire, thanks for the egg.
that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
This is probably how he talks to all his family, isn't it?
Oh, how lovely. You promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. No fighting! Is it still here?
No fighting.
I'm so happy that still works.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
My butt! My buttocks! Ugh! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Now goes a great ace. Well. Is that supposed to be me? We just beat the freaking game! I don't know how many lovely farewells we'll have because I don't want this to pass 6 hours. I actually have to be up early. Oh, this is gonna suck. I might cancel stream tomorrow. Honestly, and for realsies. Like, I can't. It's gonna suck for me tomorrow, but let's see what happens. I actually have to go into work tomorrow, that's the reason. And I'm just gonna be half asleep. But it's okay. It's alright. I'm at a point in my current project at work where I can kind of just mindlessly just whittle away at it. I set myself up for this. I knew this would happen today. I did my own little Herlock Shomesy Shomes.
Well, I think I ought to be leaving.
Where? Back to Japan?
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me?
Oh, just out. This was a lot. I estimated based on the spoiler-free walkthrough I'm looking at. Just the general, like, length of it. But because it's spoiler-free, I could never have imagined how many just bits of dialogue would be in between everything, you know? Not to mention a whole cutscene of, Mr. Strongheart catching on fire. I want to see that one again. I hope somebody clipped that.
Certainly. Certainly.
Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Quite literally. Come on, man. Don't need to be so formal. Let's go for fish and chips. Wait! Lord Van Zeeks!
Yes?
What are you intending to do now?
I'm going to Disneyland.
What?
Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Why?
Oh no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Look, you are not your brother, man. The very fact that you're willing to put it out there, at the sake of your own name, that proves your character. The Queen has your back. She knows everything. She can pardon you or something.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Maybe go on a trip to Tokyo.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool.
Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey?
I beg your pardon?
For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely.
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Like, can't we just go eat at a La Quantos? Maybe they have a London branch. Kazuma! Kazuma, please! Kazuma Asugi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. I guess he just kind of stopped being the baby he was in the courtroom.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Huh?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must. I wonder how many untold stories there are. There's that DLC for the second game that never got released in this collection because, you know, you'd actually don't know. There's like legal precedent that in Japan you can't release exclusive content unexclusively, and because that was supposed to be exclusive to people who like pre-ordered the game, the not Game Boy, but the 3DS game, they cannot localize it. They cannot bring it to this collection, which sucks. I don't know when it takes place. Maybe after this case, maybe before. But this leaves so much open. Do I want there to be a great Ace Attorney 3? I don't know. It was then. Like, it could be amazing, but I just want to take... I think it's okay to leave Ryunosuke's story where it is. It is perfect. I think what they need to do is the Ace Attorney team needs to take everything they've learned from this series and apply it back to the main games. And I came to an important decision about my future. There it is. There's that pheasant. Survived an entire day without refrigeration. 4th November, 6:25 p.m. Shomza Suite. I'm home!
Hey, wait a minute! About time you got here! We've been waiting ages, Otto!
Gina! Wait, did I say something about like... Yo, did we have Thanksgiving with Gina? Did I say that in the first game? I feel like I said something to that effect, like, Gina is part of our family now. If we celebrate some sort of, like, holidays, Christmas was it. We should invite her over. It's happening right now! What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, innit? It's gotta go off with a bang! I mean, fireworks, ideally!
Gina!
But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Don't tell her about Venus. Or else you'll probably explode every morning.
Right, I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You must really hear this. It is quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba.
The world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. That was my final monkey's paw. Well, the monkey was kind to me today. Let us dispose of it before it wreaks any more havoc, please.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin?
You're telling him the story that he was there for. You're telling him the story that he was literally dancing with you on. I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes?
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Why the crap, man?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits.
Wait, how did I get... Oh yeah, because Susato said she was gonna go help with the feast. I guess I just took my time. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Gee, not even at your home? Kotoba, what kind of father are you?
Rito, there you are!
Dinner is on
the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat.
Kotoba and Sholmes, 6 years. It takes... To deal with that for 6 years, it definitely requires a lot of patience. Only him could have been the great famous John Watson of story. But in real life, in this story, Yuji Mikotoba.
Time to fill me boots!
Your boots?
Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me.
I mean, I'm sure you could find work that isn't that.
You're really leading the police force? But why, Ginny?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept the diver tune dick, is he?
Detective, Dick Gumshoe.
Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
You stole Grayson's pocket watch. Oh, did you fix it up? Is it gonna open up to like one of those like love lockets? Did you do some custom work in there, Herlock? Did you maybe replace? Did you maybe replace? Okay, this is not the picture I was looking for, but this is good too. The insides with a something something. I was looking for one that said Sherlock Holmes, my beloved, but this one's good too.
It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown's been reattached.
Thanks for the chicken, Rav.
That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive.
Inspector Lestrade! Although arguably it might also be Inspector Lestrade. That's what I thought the first time I saw her name, and then people in chat told me it was Lestrade. And then people in chat called me it's Lestrade. I know media, like modern media, of Sherlock Holmes stories does say Lestrade. But then there's also like people who theorize it was Lestrade. I don't know anymore.
By taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
As someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's got me! There ain't no one else! Quite right.
It doesn't matter at this point, at least.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss! My boss! Yes, Jenny, yes he was! Oh, yeah. And I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? And I'll become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Well... Oh. Well, I can give you some hints.
All right, then. It's decided. I'll do it. And I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming.
How about dead or alive?
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
She knows.
Eh?
He's a skeleton at this point. I'm sorry.
Iris?
Oh, she heard.
Well, obviously, I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I came from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But of course, such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Early, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to keep up on it. Because I've finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Early?
She doesn't know. She doesn't need to know. Nobody tell her that her dad was a murderer.
With every word, Iris.
Her dad is Sherlock Holmes, and that's all she needs to know.
Thank you, Early. Thank you, Daddy.
There you go.
I think, Mikotoba.
You got him, Dad. Oh.
Yes, Sholmes. I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. Ever since my 18th birthday, oof, that was a birthday to remember, I should tell you the story. I was there, Sholmes. Oh, yeah! And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for all our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes.
Just a big old teddy bear.
But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Let's not hear his violin playing. Oh,
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to the suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. So, you know, either Ryunosuke is an orphan or he's just disowning his actual family. I'm gonna go with... yeah. This is your family now, Ryunosuke. No ifs, ands, or buts. 4th November, 9:37 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I live here. Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna fill in the other Daruma eye?
Strychnine.
Strychnine? But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. He's going back. He has to. He has to continue the Naruhodo family bloodline. Naruhodo. 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 Wow, Professor, you do a great impression of your daughter. Oh, Professor! Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. By herself? Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Yeah, that's how we've been handling it this entire year, Mikotoba. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Zeeks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? Because why? Oh, because of Soseki. Because he did the report. Oh! Because he wrote about the Baskerville case. Or at the very least, the dog collar. If Susato had any opportunity to look into it, she would have known. That's why he called her back. I'm so glad it wasn't anything life-threatening. When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have to have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah, yes. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with a Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented a story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. Just Mikotoba sharing the exact same thoughts as Sholmes there. Like, they really are a duo, aren't they? I see. Something I never understood.
is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the hound at the Baskerville story, I mean. Because Mikotoba wanted to reminisce about his time. At least one of the stories. Why not an unpublished one, huh? Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. What better way to prevent Iris from ever publishing it? He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I had read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you'd come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. Even only in reference, so Seki had to get one last word in. I see. We still taking care of that cat? Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February. So empty. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. A seed that stunned me, a stunned seed, if you will. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. Not only that, but my great-great-grandson, well, first he'll try to be an art student, and then he'll realize that he sucks at art, and then he'll become a defense lawyer. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Susie. Susato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Welcome back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry, I did. Yes, I couldn't help but...
Wonderful.
Oh. How much did you hear? Also note that the localizers, again, note, they specifically made sure to use Mr. and Miss when these characters are speaking English, but San when they're speaking Japanese. Yujin was talking Japanese to me right now. Thanks for the hydrate.
Well, the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning. Is she coming back to Japan with me?
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. What did you take care of outside, Susie?
Oh no, that's quite all right. I already knew that is what you decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Susato-san.
Yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. Sayonara.
I suppose.
Water.
Alright. I'm about to cancel all redeems right now because this moment deserves some levity.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, it was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
Be careful, Ryunosuke. Your decision might now influence the course of history. I'm not saying that there's any indication. Like, she is 16 right now. I'm just saying, though, that in the future, maybe, she could potentially, maybe, I'm just saying it's a possibility that she may be Phoenix Wright's great-great-grandmother. Maybe. I don't know. But, you know, in my mind, I think they make a good pair. And that's just my opinion. The maturity offered by Susato ironically complemented by Ryunosuke's clumsiness.
It's growing late.
We about to talk about how beautiful the moon is?
We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes. You're right.
Before I retire, let me just say it one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Susato-san. Thank you. Arigato. November,
5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Wayside. Yo, the exact same port that we ended the last game on. And I seem to remember being about 6 hours into a stream that time, too. I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Muno?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. You got tea in Japan, Naruhodo, come on. But it's just not as good. No one brews tea better than Iris.
Oh, I wish you were going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. Now do a little tip-tap dance. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
All right, Iris, you do that. Sorry. And look at this. Last time I was saying goodbye to Susato returning to Japan, and now I'm the one going back.
Susato-san.
Eh?
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Eh?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Oh, is he coming to Japan with me? Is Kazuma Phoenix Wright's great-great-grandmother? Wait a minute.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
No, he's not coming with me. He just came to say goodbye to a friend.
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks.
I mean, you still call me best friend. We haven't even, gone out to eat ever since I came back from that trial. Fish and chips, man.
To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital.
Wild time.
Well, we'll have to save that for another time.
It's very surreal to hear voice acting in an Ace Attorney game.
Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Like, yeah, they had anime cutscenes in the latest games, but, just here? During the scenes?
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Oh.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Don't call him the Reaper. Please.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
We're getting the sword back, bros.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Call it a demon? Acted more like a little child. But, I'll take it.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
Oh, that demon. Yes, okay. But also a little bit like a child.
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days.
It's sealed right inside my belly button. Sometimes I ask it for power. And then I make shadow clones and perform a Rasengan. It's really cool, but it's very dangerous.
While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them.
You know, the voice I ended up with Kazuma kind of ended up sort of matching his actual voice actor here. Just a little, what's the word? Lost in thought, in repose.
As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
He doesn't
Until
become
we
a
meet
prosecutor.
again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
He has to become a prosecutor, or else how can they not keep the tension between defense and prosecution? It's only right. It's not continuing the tradition, it's starting it. 100 years earlier. Let's go.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, unless I'd be a burden.
Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Oh my goodness.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me.
Yeah. Oh!
But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
I didn't have to say it like that. You know why he had to say it like that. Can I replay that voice line? I cannot.
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end.
I think the voice directors of this localization knew exactly what they were doing. Heck, for the anniversary of Ace Attorney, I think the official Twitter said something like, "Ah yes, 20 years of unnecessary feelings. Ace Attorney turns 20 this year." They had to call out that one line, of course.
She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked.
See what I mean? See what I mean? It must be weird. It is weird for me as much as it is for you guys to hear these voices after the entire game of me. But, I do appreciate the break. I could be drinking water.
But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
It baffles you that they've only known each other 1 year. They technically knew each other at Yume Academy, but like, she didn't go to it. She just like happened to be the daughter of a professor. Like, he knew of her. The first time they met, she was all formal.
Of course.
So it is wild. They bonded so much over this past year, and she wasn't even here for a couple months of it. Kazuma and Ryunosuke, they know each other, well, they met at college. Yeah, because of the whole escapade thing. So, who's to say they only knew each other for that 1 year? I don't remember that the escapade said anything about exactly what year of their education they met each other. But hey, people become fast friends that fast too.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
The world!
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Me? What is this? Stop making it awkward. Come on. Come on.
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
Oh!
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
You didn't even want to take no for an answer. Susato! You know Ryunosuke better than he knows himself.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Well, that's a much better voice for Iris.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
I will.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Anime!
No, it's not anime. It's kind of anime. Better than anime. Yo! Their swords are touching.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I actually like this better than the animated
to hear you
cutscenes.
say that, partner.
Beautiful.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
The sun is risen. The ship's gonna leave without us.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
Right, I forgot Sholmes had an official voice as well. You'd hear it a lot more in the first game, but I didn't play the localization of the first game.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
You know, the voice I used... Well, I mean, I'm greatly exaggerating it, but can you blame me with how Sholmes acts? The voice I picked is also pretty similar for Sholmes.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. and when we are together again. No doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
He even had the sound effect. You see the same person all over the ship. Only like 5 dress codes.
Sailed steadily towards the distant horizon.
1 dress code, 5 outfits.
But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph to this day, but I'm still no purveyor of electrical goods, and what are the promised court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided that absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps? I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
Gonna be luggage? No, the literal wardrobe! Gonna take my freaking path to Japan. Let's go.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but it made Hurley cry.
Gonna make me cry.
I gave him some lotion I invented as well to dye his hair red safely, but he said it might make him cry too, so I'd rather not use it.
And I accidentally rub it on his skin and he just like looks sunburnt. Yeah, I was playing that applause, by the way. Because I just need to applaud this game.
In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
Gotta end one of these, the interview with every character in the game. Not really an interview, more like their thoughts in private, I guess.
The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, you see.
The where are they nows, yeah.
And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners.
Chef Inspector Toby, inspect chefs.
I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he you know.
Sholmes would look like Furio Tigre. Not as buff, though. Not as buff as Cosmo was.
You know, how are you doing this? He's dead! The truth is...
Oh, it's his letter.
I'm not as poor, upstanding fellow you thought I was. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's Tartara London town for the foreseeable. And then... I've got to complete your education in the art of detection and aggression, as they say.
It's the letter, okay. Janet Sue. That name I recognize. My attention is split between the chat and the game, so... And I have to, like, think of things to comment on before the next what if... Not what if, the next...
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Objection! Public overstatement! Overruled! The minister has been detained in prison anyway!
Who is this cattish counsel for the defense? And women are forbidden to enter the courtroom. Oh,
really, my Francis Addison is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job.
Tosunaga, what the hell? Oh yeah, he got beat up for entering the... he's on trial. He's on trial for entering the Jigoku's room. So sexy, Natsume! Skyfish is hot. Thanks for the alert. And thanks for appreciating the voices. I appreciate it.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting a corpse?
Sushi! Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole.
I look to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
He's gonna become a sushi chef? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
What a beautiful family. Perhaps I should have engaged in a normal defense team. No. Ren Soseki, good enough.
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything is settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Baroque, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes.
Yeah, unfortunately, your machine doesn't even do that.
When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened.
Wait, do you have money? Wait a minute.
But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing Rita's spells would not do.
I actually did see a Madame Tussauds when I visited San Francisco. I took a picture of it. I don't have it right now, but I wonder if it was even open. I should have gone.
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know.
What the?
Hey, everyone calls me a Bambino, and I sell lots of spaghetti.
Oh, everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
It really is.
Oh, Daly, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see.
Look at this conjugal visit.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
You don't get why they're in together. For this gag, that's why. That's the only reason. The spells! You remember someone saying there was like 15 minutes left? Well, you know, credits take time. Man, this is gonna turn out to be a 7-hour stream anyway. When I accepted the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up on the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. I guess so it's implied they're all like letters to Ryunosuke, huh? But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. It was an hour ago. Oh. People forget to add in the ending cutscenes. Like, yeah, the first manual input of a decision was when I presented the bunny. That's it. Everything else has just been going through dialogue.
I made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
You said the thing! Gotta make lunch. It has been that long, hasn't it? Thank you for being here, Krista Y. Have a good one.
Oh, the Daruma is filled.
And one more picture.
She's crying.
I'll take it. I'll take it. You wonder what the line is in Japanese? A Daigaku Tensaiban. Wait a minute. You are the turnabout courtroom. It was within us this whole time. More credits, y'all. But I think now I can finally say my piece about this before I immediately just like end stream and go to sleep. Oh, I am so bright. Look at my VTuber. Where is Daddy number 2? No, he's in there. But yeah. I'm just amazed. Who knows if Capcom would have even decided to localize this series, these 2 games, if it wasn't for that fan translation that proved that there was demand for the great Ace Attorney. But I'm so glad that it ended up happening. Because these, hands down, as a whole, now my favorite Ace Attorney games in the entire series. And I'm sorry to I'm sorry to Ace Attorney Investigations, but it's just really good. I need to play Investigations too, for sure. But that's gonna really definitely have to be by the fan translations, which I hear is really good. As far as this game, it's definitely a lot wordier than other Ace Attorneys, but it's all the better for it. Freed from the limitations of the Game Boy Advance, I think they really finally were able to tell the story they wanted to. Yeah. It is hard to say on their own, because I don't really feel like they're individual games. It really is one story. There aren't even that many cases. Like, the last 2 cases of this game were really one trial, and one of the cases in the first game was just a boat ride. So, if anything, it really is just one game that took a long time to come out, you know? I know, they released on their own, but I'm saying they really worked together as a whole, and I'm glad that they came together on one package. Finally in the West, just physically even. The story of Ryunosuke at a beginning, and he developed so much as a person, as a lawyer, and his friends along the way. Sherlock Sholmes, he didn't even need to change as a character. Maybe he didn't really. It's just that we've learned so much of his past and his true abilities. Oh, Gregson. Oh, look at the dance! Look at the dance! Let's go! Little tippy tap taps. Sherlock definitely has his own enigmatic style. Oh, hello, Mr. Murderer. Just don't make eye contact, Shizato. You too! You should be burnt. Yeah. But yeah, given all that, I just love the ability to play more Ace Attorney. I love this series ever since I don't remember. Maybe this... I need to look up when the first game came out. I remember playing them in high school, but I might have been in middle school when the first one came out. They've been such a big part of my life, and the games themselves have evolved as well. They are stories worthy of courtroom drama that people who don't even play video games can appreciate. It was always Ace Attorney, Professor Layton, all those games on the DS that really brought these types of experiences to wider audiences. And Ace Attorney needs to live on, because it can still do that. Especially now it's streaming, there's more of a chance than ever. And I greatly thank everyone here who is watching now or on the VOD or just supporting me throughout all this. I am glad I could have helped present this to all of y'all. And thank you for choosing me as your means by which to experience it. I'm honored. I really am. And I'm sad to see this game go. Ooh. B-A-A-U. Beautiful. But that's it, yo. It's the finale. If I had more time, I would go through all the special features and escapades and whatnot. But we do not. I really am pushing it. I really am pushing it right now. Yeah, I want to look at the art gallery. I really do. Let's take a very quick peek at everything. Maybe I'll put a video out, just going through them all. Maybe at the beginning of the next stream. I'm definitely taking off stream on Wednesday or today or tomorrow, whatever. I don't have time. But I want to look at all these things that potentially would have been spoilers to me. Look at these early designs for Ryunosuke. So spiky! Can you tell he's related to Phoenix Wright? In this art you can. Look at that, he used to wear glasses at one point. Or, one of the potential designs. You can really tell they were trying to go all out with his hair. I'm surprised they eventually went with something so subdued. It's just hair. Just by looking at him, you wouldn't think he's related to Phoenix. Maybe these ones, but you know what? Yeah, there's comments too. Oh! Well, now I definitely don't have time. Wow, the game has a B for back, but it doesn't say you can press A on them. Yeah, okay. Okay, this definitely requires more attention than I can give at this moment in time. So I promise I'll go over this on stream, all of it, at some other later date. It's gonna be awkward because it'll have spoilers for the whole game. But I have to be awake in 4 hours? So, good night, everybody. Chimkin Nugget. Alright, okay. I've said what I need to say. I just gotta go to sleep. Is there any art for the stream today? Doesn't look like it. But as always, thank you everybody for being here. Yeah. 4 hours. Because it is morning for me. It is almost 3 a.m. on the west coast of the United States. And I have work. I have to be at actual physical work. So I have to get ready at 8-ish. So, yeah, I gotta go. Thank you everybody for being here. Like I said, it's been a great honor playing this game for y'all. And expect much more Ace Attorney in the future. If you only just now came to the stream and don't know who I am, my name is Chris. I'm a chicken, apparently. I like to play RPGs, adventure games, visual novels, just games where I can, do the funny haha voices, but also present these heartwarming stories that have touched many people in their childhood, in their young adulthood, and maybe either I missed out back then, or people want to re-experience retro games, RPGs, things like Dragon Quest, and now Yakuza Like a Dragon, funnily enough, stuff like that. Nintendo games, you name it. Use Sholmes' holograph thing, then I don't actually have to go to work. Yeah, but there's gonna be food. Just gonna eat food in my hologram, just it's gonna slide down and just fall to the floor. When's Dragon Quest V? November. Absolutely. My plans for after October: Parappa the Rapper series, so that's Parappa 1, Jammerlammy, Parappa 2, and Dragon Quest V, and those are the only things I have on the schedule for after November right now. Other than stuff like maybe wrapping up any games I don't finish in October, but that's my plans. We're gonna have a great time. Thank you everybody for being here. Let's go raid somebody and, just knock out Guitar Man as well. All those classic rhythm games, Definitely Haru. But yeah. If you haven't already, follow me on Twitch to catch me live next time I play this or any other game. Links are all in the chat. There's the YouTube channel for past VODs. I'm gonna be late on yesterday's VOD, but it's fine. Maybe it's better to save it for the weekend anyway. Twitter and Discord for updates about the stream and go live notifications, or just, you know, hanging out with the fine people to chat off stream. Whatever you want to do. You don't have to, but they're there. And thank you once again, everybody. I gotta go. It's been a pleasure.
And as always, once the stream is over, once you've eliminated the streamer, whatever remains is sleep.
Have a good night. Stay clucky, everybody. Bye-bye.